Alright, so we're back into the Minecraft server today. There is a little bit of an activity desync here today. Obviously, Saturdays are when we're all getting together on here, but I am the first one in right now. I have confirmation that Voilet and Lixie both will be late. I have not heard a peep from Pazzy today, but based on previous results, he'll probably be here in like half an hour because he gets off work close to when we start, so he may have ended up getting stuck there late today. So that's probably the size of that. Viv is here running around. Denku as well is here, as you can see by the responses in the chat there from when I popped my head in. Basically, my intention for today is, I know I said I was going to get the Tinker's stuff out of the way between sessions. Between Next Fest and not feeling the best and a bunch of other things all happening, and all as usual minor things just interrupting things, I did not get any of that done. So we'll be doing that here today. Specifically climbing through this quest book so I'm not actually ahead of where I'm supposed to be in the quest book, so that we can actually get the benefits of all of that. Of course, I get a response right as I start things up there, but that's a-okay. So first order of business is, it's turning nighttime, so let's make it not that anymore. If I can get someone else to sleep. If no one else can or will sleep, we will just go out there in the dark and be fine. Because as I've demonstrated before, I'm more than capable of holding my own out in the field. I'm just giving people a chance to turn it day if they want to. Because otherwise I'm gonna get tunnel visioned and not think about doing it after this. Alright. They're not playing along with that idea right now. People are probably doing things with the night. We got enough light out here that it's not terrible to work through the nights out here anyway. And we certainly have enough defense and enough speed to handle most things. So I'm not too concerned. It would just be mildly inconvenient. And I didn't want anybody being like, but I need somebody else to sleep, when I'm over here trying to get work done, you know? There we go. That quest's done. This also nets a lot more grout for me, which I'm going to need. Well, needs a strong word at this point for grout in particular, but I also need my books, because I did plan out what I'm doing a little bit here before starting, and I'm actually gonna most likely follow through on that plan this time instead of being interrupted, because I will be kind of keeping to myself. Hope you're doing well, Morg. Was just checking in with Voila since she responded, making sure she's all good. You know, doing the usual of making sure everybody's fine. Or as fine as people get, anyway. Grab a little bit of grout. I don't need to convert a lot of that to grout right now. I just need to do this. Because this is the other book that I was forgetting about. Now, that's necessary for the quest line. Well, not necessary, but it gets us a bunch of bonus parts, which will make our lives easier. So far, so good. Glad to hear you're doing well. Get us another reward, which is more grout. Okay. I mean, personally, I don't really bother with the heater, but it is at least in the line, so I suppose we'll do it. And we were given all the bricks we need to make it anyway, so we may as well go ahead and do that. Because personally, I just skip straight to the liquid fuel, is I find the solid fuels to be kind of inefficient, but it is a good point that it is a useful device. I can thankfully, I'm pretty sure, just grab my components that I have here and be able to complete the other quests just fine. Though I think since I think since it has stuff in it, it's technically a different item ID, so that one doesn't count. Welcome in Soipo, hope you're doing well. And yeah, Minecraft's good fun. I'm mostly doing this because the people I hang out with wanted to do it, but it's always is a good time to play some modded Minecraft. Glad to hear it. So far so good, just juggling a few things, so I will be distracted here and there. But that's kind of just business as usual around here. I am going to want those seared faucets back because I'm going to need them here in a minute. That also completes another one of these quests, which helps clean up my line here a little bit. I do have enough bricks to make another tank, so we may as well do that once I make a bit of glass so that I can make the tank. Because I almost forgot. Basically this, a lot of streaming, bit of art here and there. That's most of my life right now. Since this is a full-time job for me. This has kind of become a no-lifing task for me a little bit. Indeed. Not a big one by any means, but I do a good amount of pixel art in my time. Everything you see asset-wise on this channel is stuff I made. The overlay, the model you see in the corner there, all of that stuff I've done. I even rigged it myself, which is why the rigging is a bit jank, because I'm still figuring that out. That's the way it goes sometimes. There we go, now that quest's out of the way too. I need the muddy smelting book, which... Right, you pour seared stone on the book for that one. Okay. We'll come back to that since it's optional. Nice. Always good to see other artists. Though I will warn you now, if this turns into a pitch, I'm going to send you straight out of this channel. Just a preemptive warning on that one, because a lot of people try to pitch their work, and it's like, I'm already doing my own work. I don't need others assisting with that. Just gonna cut that one off at the head before you get yourself in trouble on that one. Did I not make a basin? I thought I made a basin. I mean, a basin's cheap enough to make another one of anyway, so it's fine. Just a mild surprise that I hadn't done that. Is ta-da, seared casting basin. Easy. And we got more grout. Okay. We have the copper I need for that quest. This is why I was just gonna do these quests off camera, because it's like, all it is me picking things up, moving things around, clicking things. You really weren't gonna miss anything. Oh yeah, I have the gold for this quest as well. That's why I didn't convert all my gold over before, so that one's done. This is what I was saying when I said I was ahead of the game for these quests by a mile, because I already had so many of these quests done. I just needed to actually have the things in my hands in the right order. to account for all these quests. I did use up my iron pickaxe head though, so I'm gonna have to waste material making another one, but I can always melt it back down afterwards. If I'm talking too fast as I'm going through this, by the way, by all means ask questions. Tinker's Construct is one of the mods I know decently well, so I kind of just fly forward with it a little bit. But part of the point to this pack that Voila set up is so that people can learn about these things. And I am always happy to teach what I do know. So obviously, my knowledge is a bit mixed, because my knowledge for this is old, for the most part. Because I primarily played good, like, 6 versions at least ago as far as Tinker's goes, primarily. Because it kind of stopped getting updates for a little bit, so I moved on to things like Tetra and Silent Gear for a while. But Tinker's Construct has always been a favorite of mine as far as the modding scene goes. There we go, that's another quest done. And I can hang on to that in case I want to make like an upgraded version of this little thing here, the pickaxe. Because that does use a pickaxe head. And that's good for like chewing through regular rocks and such. And not wasting the durability on the good one. Though all things considered, I'm more than likely just going to do all in one anyway, because that's how I roll. Yeah, I should make the casting chest and the part chest. But first and foremost, let's actually do the smeltery controller, which is just 4 ingots of copper on top of some brick. And that'll be that. It's nice and easy to do. Oh yeah, I have all my copper on me already. The important question is, do I have enough lava left in here to do this? The answer is yes, I have 1 bucket left. It's just gonna take a second because I'll need to wait for the second set of copper to come through. Just reassuring people about other things. The typical multitasking job, you know. You know how it be. The joys of leadership, some would say. Bingo bango. 1 controller. Now it's gonna want me to make the drains, which technically you don't have to use them that way. There's another way you can make this functional, but the drains are better. So I'll probably arrange that here in a second as well. I need to go find deep slate for that. And I need to go to the nether for this one. So this is where we're gonna be stopping chasing the quest line aggressively, probably. Primarily just because I can't be bothered to go to the nether at the second, and this gets me to the point where my smeltery is set up the way I want it to be. So it ceases being a relevant concern for me at the second. I'm gonna knock this one out, because I'll be putting the drain right there for the moment. So I probably should put 2 drains in for my convenience, so we'll go ahead and knock this out as well and have this corner be all drain. This way, if I want to have a crazy output setup, I can. Why is this one showing red? Why are you mad about this one? Well, you know what? You can just accept that machine, because it's staying there. We'll figure out why it's mad about that later. And for those worried about transferring the lava over, what I can do is just take the gauge and put it up there. Yeah. Doing Minecraft with the crew. with a pack that Voila made. That was a specific request Voila wanted to do with the group, so it's like, well, you know what? Sure, we'll do it. But how you holding up, Xeno? Let's see. What was the next step I was planning to do here? Oh yeah, let's just quickly convert the melter over to solid fuel. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just gonna pretend you said something positive there, and we'll go with that for the moment. We can always discuss the reality of that later if we need to. Yeah, that melter will have uses regardless. I don't think... Yeah, Boila hasn't come on yet because she's still waking up. There you go. This invalid block inside structure. That is a seared brick, you stupid thing. Fine, we'll pick that up and we'll move that, because maybe it's a timing thing that's made it so weird. No, it doesn't like that one. Well, we'll fix it in a bit. It'll be fine. We'll go ahead and toss that in there. Oh yeah, I just had the gold in my inventory for the quest. I didn't actually have a plan for that yet. Do let me know if the music's too loud, by the way. It should be fine. If anything, it's probably a bit low, but I wanted it a bit low, so... Oh yeah, I was going to make the other book. This one. But I need seared stone, which is just chucking the seared bricks in there. Which I do have bricks left. And that's what I was going to use the melter for, is more conveniently doing that rather than having to juggle everything around inside the smeltery proper. Just gonna take a second to get that done. You would think pouring stone over a book would just kind of turn the book into a rock, but somehow magically it works. That's not the question. And for those wondering why these are in the quest line, this is because it actually teaches you a lot of the mechanics and information for this mod. I know most of that, or know how to find it without needing to use the book, so that's why I don't worry about using the books themselves, but they're very good resources for those that are learning the mods as they go. Okay, it's still daytime. I was gonna make armor soon, but we're not quite there yet. I need to turn a lot of this grout into more bricks to make this smelter a bit bigger. As well as I'm gonna need to have some of those bricks in order to make the drain. Which, right, that's what I went up there to look for, is do I have an ingot cast? I really don't have an ingot cast, huh? What kind of fool am I that I didn't make an ingot cast? Well, we'll fix that here in a second. Actually, no, I just need 1 gold for that. I believe it's just 1 ingot to make a cast. And we'll use one of our spare bricks to do that. Because you need something there to make the shape of the cast, basically. And then you just pour gold around it so that it takes up the shape, and you're good. It does eat the thing that you poured it on, because, you know, pouring molten metal on something tends not to go that great for the thing that the molten metal is poured on. But the point behind this is, if this works the way it used to, this will double the value of these ingots. So this 3 copper will come out as 6. Except 3 has turned into 4. So the values have changed a little bit. That's fine. That's still more than we put in there, so that's fine. I believe that is a configurable value, so Voila may have configured that to not be perfect doubling for balancing reasons. But it's still slightly faster than in a forge. God damn it. Thank you for the 5 gifted, much appreciated. Conveniently caught people that are here right now too, which is always good to see. Do be sure to thank your gifters out there, y'all, because their support is one of the biggest reasons everything stays afloat around here. So it's important to keep that in mind. That derailed my thought process, but that's to be expected. Hell yeah. I don't need the parkour book. Well, I'll need it later, but I don't need it yet. Because for those that don't know, there's a class mod in here that, since I chose the path of the rogue, I can indulge in parkour later down the line once I make a speed potion and a skyhook. But we can't make a skyhook till I open up... Where it is. There it is. Immersive engineering over here in the quest book. Ooh. Interesting. So liquid iron needs to go into the task screen, and I need 2 blocks of heptazine. So we're not seeing that for a while. This heptazine is not the easiest thing to make. It's not the worst thing, but it's not the easiest thing either. You combine copper, cobalt, and quartz. So basically I'm gonna have to go to the nether first before I can do that. I couldn't remember what the whole recipe was. I knew copper was part of it, but I wasn't sure what the other 2 parts were off the top of my head. Cobalt was an easy guess on that one, but I've completely forgotten about the quartz requirement. No, it was like this. And then copper goes between these to make the drains, which is why I made 4 ingots, so that I can make the 2 drains that the quest wants. And it's exactly what's going to go into our setup here anyway. And there we go. Now we have a functioning smeltery, which is basically the same as this melter, but much bigger and much more effective. This gauge did not connect to the tank, though, which is upsetting. So I'm gonna have to break it slightly here for a second. Replace the tank with a gauge for now. Because it takes any of those Tinker's Construct fuel sources. I don't think the heater would work for it, though. I never actually tested that. But now we have this much space to pour ingots and ores and such in, and it'll all cook at once and fill up this space in here. If you ever fill up this space in here, it'll just kind of sit in here if you play something, and it'll just look at you like you're stupid. So just don't do that. So I need to make the rest of the bricks to finish this quest, or I could just rip up my smeltery, but I'm planning on making this bigger anyway, so we can kind of do both probably here. For each layer you make this taller, it adds more space inside this interface here for more of everything. So in order to have more lava for fuel, you need to add more of these gauges or tanks. I thought you could mix the 2, but I guess you have to use each one. Like, all of the same one. That may have changed between versions. Or it might be a setting. There's options for what the truth there is. Thankfully, making the bricks themselves are easy. You just swirl those together like that. This is why I wasn't worried about making enough, because it's easy. As soon as these are done cooking, we will have what we require. And technically, you could actually make these bricks in the smeltery itself. Basically, use the smeltery to make the smeltery bigger. Yeah, this needs bricks and stone. So I'm gonna need to make a few more bricks. I never usually use the modifier table, so I completely forgot about the requirements for that one. Because that is a facet of the newer versions for the most part. But that's another quest completed. Oh good, I got another tank. Perfect. That saves me having to make that. And we got more faucets, which I don't really need. And the level 2 hype train is completed. Much appreciated once again. Yeah, you see that yellow line over there? That's indicating to me, like, hey, in case you forgot how all of this works, you can keep adding into these spots to make this work better / be larger. And just like another portal or such, you can skip the corners, which I personally recommend doing because it saves material, but if you want it to look better, in some cases, you may actually want to do it the other way. And since we have 2 tanks now, I'm going to knock that gauge out of there, and we'll do the bucket swap. Because I can just put the gauge down, bucket out the lava, and swap it into there. It's not a full bucket anymore, though, so I can't get the rest of it. There she is. The smeltery, though, is up and running. I'm gonna need to go get more lava for it, because 1 bucket's not gonna last forever. But having this up and running will make my life infinitely easier. Because what we're gonna do now that this is up and running is get myself some less terrible armor. Because to most of you, basic iron armor probably sounds like it's a great idea, especially when it's got all these enchantments on it. But when I say I can do better, I'm not kidding. I can do much better. Or with the power of modifications. Right. I need my iron. Do I actually have much iron is the more important question. Typos. There comes a certain point of typing speed where the typing fails me. I could also melt the other shoes and such I have down unless I actually want to pass these on to people. Because they do have enchantments, so some of these are actually worth keeping. I could also later on rip the enchantments out of these to pass on to other things. But some of these junkier ones I'll show off how this idea works. And I've got a bunch of diamond horse armor, so let's go ahead and melt the iron ones too, if I can. I don't remember if those melt or not. But anything made out of metal that you don't want, you just chuck them in here. They'll melt and turn back into their component metals. Which is very convenient when you are running around the Minecraft world and finding a bunch of junk. In fact, we'll just throw that back in there and get the iron back out of that too. I believe you do lose a little bit, like if it's damaged like these are. I think you don't get the full value. In fact, I'm not even sure you get the full value out of melting it down either. Now we got the full value out of those shoes. Is for those who don't know, boots are just 2 ingots on either side, right, vertically, so it would combine to 4 ingots. Yeah, we got 3 blocks and 1 extra in there, so we've got plenty of iron. Sounds like Voil is immediately up to shenanigans. Everybody's gonna be out there looking for lava because most everybody's on the same quest line for the most part. Because most of us are at the Tinker's Construct step of things, since most everybody has kind of been working mostly on the days we're all here, like today. What I'm gonna do is put the bucket there. I'll go ahead and just put a cobble block in right here. Because I was originally gonna make this whole thing at the bottom, but if I'm making it at head level already, we may as well just continue in that vein. I wish I was that lucky about lava. My only lava that I've seen is way down in the depths of hell for those that weren't here last session. I have to go all the way down this whole set of stairs I ended up cutting once I found it. And pray I don't fall to my death in the process. They get rather unsafe towards the bottom. That place is also like riddled with skeletons like all the time, which is not helpful either. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this melter because it's just gonna be in the way. I can move it upstairs if I really need its services for things. Because as mentioned, this does the same thing but better now. The good news is it won't consume lava once things are done being melted. Once it's melted, it's melted. So I don't need to worry about it running out of fuel unless I actively cook more things in it. How do I make the casting box again? Because I really am going to need that. Okay, I have to waste a cast. Okay, it's just a chest in the middle. It's just cycling through all of them, so it's going to show some unfamiliar items. Which means I actually need all these back. I'll just make another ingot cast right quick. And just burn that for the casting box. That'll be fine. Oh wait, there's the rest of my iron. I knew I had more. As you might imagine, there's no organization in this at all yet. Oh yeah, there's all the raw iron I have as well. I knew I'd left some to cook up because of the fact that it multiplies. You gotta keep your resources in check and all that. It's either that or you have to go find more, and that just takes time. And I'm not here to spend extra time. That ain't how I'm about, as we all know. Go ahead and make those so that I can make the modifier bench while I'm at it. Does it want the specific one and it's mad at me? Maybe. That's fine. Oh no, it's because I don't have the other side connected to it. That's why that's not working. Is these both go that way. So we won't get this reward right now, but we can get that reward later. Our chest is the same thing as the other one, just with a pattern on top. So I'll just snag one of the extra patterns from here while I'm doing this. Right, I need to grab the wood. That was the thing I was looking for. There's gonna be plenty of brain spaces out, and I forget what I'm working on. You're just gonna have to get used to that if you're not here frequently. Just, that is a thing I do on a regular basis. Especially in something like this where it's easy to get distracted. Right, I need regular plank as well. There we go, part chest. Let's go get the ingot cast. Yeah, pretty much. Which is unfortunate, but it's one of those fact of life type deals. Can't really get away from it at all. I don't want to put extra gold in there right now. There's another thing to keep in mind with the smelteries. is if you put in things that can be alloyed together, they will alloy, and you might lose something you're trying to work with as a result. So be very careful what you put in here. Like if I put copper and gold in there, it would make rose gold regardless whether I wanted it to or not. So definitely worth being careful with certain things. Gold in particular being one of them. There we go, there's the casting chest so that I can keep the casts, for one thing, down here, so they're where they need to be. It may look like a small chest, but it actually expands as things are put in it. It's kind of neat. I will demonstrate. It basically has the space it needs to have. See? It just keeps adding more slots as you put items in it. Because it's designed only to accept these casts. So it won't... I think it won't even accept a different item. Yeah. But if it did, it wouldn't expand the spaces either. We'll go ahead and just slap this over here for now. Because I believe the whole shtick with this is just a way of adding modifiers specifically. Yeah. Which is why I don't tend to use it, because a lot of the time you can modify the tool just fine using the Tinker Station or the upgraded Tinker Station, which I believe is the anvil. Which I can't help but notice that the anvil's not mentioned in here. But that's fine. Which actually... let us get the anvil while I'm thinking about it. I really should search more specifically, but it'll be fine. I need steel, no. I'm pretty sure there's an iron one. Need be I can make the rose gold one. Because rose gold's not hard to make, as I just described a moment ago. Yeah, it looks like it needs alloys, which I did not remember, but that's fine. Could also make one out of brass, but I don't have the other part of brass. So rose gold it is. I'm gonna need 3 blocks of it, which isn't that bad. Oh yeah, it needs scorched stone though. Which, that's gonna be further up, so we'll worry about that in a minute then. I was just gonna get that out of the way, but if I can't get that out of the way right now, I won't worry about it. That means it's back to plan A, which was armor. Which is going to involve me making some armor shapes here. Where is stone pants? Oh no, I made that already. I need helmet. I made the pants one thinking that was the helmet, but I'm not at the point where I'm going to be pants on head right now, so I don't know what the hell I'm thinking. I'm not that far gone. 8's actually going to be too many. We'll see how much 6 makes. Because remember, the ores multiply, but they don't directly multiply, so I want to see if I can shortcut a little bit here. Yeah, there we go. I made exactly what I needed. Because again, I don't want to leave a bunch of gold in there, because if I'm gonna put any copper in there, it would start making a mess. We'll just quickly make a bunch of casts here. Each cast conveniently just taking 1 ingot each. And once that's all set up, then we'll be able to make whatever armor I wish. Actually, no, I did forget one part. There's one other important part. So I don't technically have to cast this out of metal. I should, because it will be better. I just need to find... Oh, do I not have any? If I don't have any leather, I can't actually do the last part of this. haven't really been doing any cow removal that much, so yeah, I don't have any leather. Well, piss. Is if I come over here to this table, I can show you the other part that I needed. And it was... Oh, I can't make that at this table, actually. How do I make the thing I need then? Because you need mail to go with your plating as an extra bit of coverage under the plate itself, basically. The chain mail to your plate. And unfortunately, without being able to cast the mail, I can't do that. And actually, yeah, I can do it at this table. I just didn't have the material I needed for it. Let me see if there's things other than leather I can use to make that. So I don't think rotten flesh counts as leather, but you know what? For the fun of it. Apparently I can make a rotten flesh repair kit, so that's a thing. I'm pretty sure the saddle won't be convertible in that manner. But can I shred the saddle into leather? With a salvaging table, which we can't make yet, because I don't have access to apotheosis yet. Does string work? Seems silly, but... Nope. It would have been a very odd idea to have chainmail made out of string, but I wasn't gonna rule it out until proven otherwise. Okay, I need to go on a cow killing quest, but it's also blood moon time, so I don't know if I really want to go running about out there right now. As mentioned before, I'm definitely strong enough to handle. I just don't know if I can be bothered to do that right now. And since it's a blood moon, I don't... No, I think you can still sleep in a blood moon, but I don't think anybody's particularly invested in sleeping, considering nobody has started sleeping yet. Let me go ahead and put these casts away for the moment, since they're not going to help anything. And I may just go on an adventure to go get more lava in the meanwhile. Neat thing about the part chest itself, though, is you can slap that in here and it actually attaches to this menu up here. Personally, the part chest is also another one that I don't usually use at all. Used to be that you'd need to have a pattern chest and make each individual pattern, but now it's just a universal pattern item, and then you pick what you turn that pattern into. Yeah. I think that might be my best call, is to go down into fetching more lava. Which means I need to make sure my inventory is relatively clear. Don't want to end up losing anything unnecessarily. We'll take the infinity ham, the pickaxe, the sword, and some buckets. That should be all I need. I should make torches and bring them down with me too, so I can actually start torching up the area where the lava is, so I stop having to take as many risks going there. He says, having just put his sticks away and forgotten where they were immediately. There we go. Once I get into the storage mods, I'll actually fix that storage up, but for now, there's not really any reason to, because I can't make worthwhile enough storage to fix it. It would just be more chests, which doesn't solve anything. While I'm thinking about it, though, how about we make these stairs a bit better? Like, clear off some headspace so we can actually run down these faster and back up them quicker. And partially because I thought about it, and I probably should bring blocks down with me just in case. Because I know that the path to the lava isn't entirely built out and clear. So what I can do is just actually build out the rest of that path while we're doing this. The kicker to that's going to be, I don't remember the path entirely either, because I didn't dig all the way to it like I just said. So that's going to be a slight complication. I left myself markers, but not all the markers are clear, as is my usual way of doing things. Like, oh yeah, this makes sense to me in the time, and then it immediately stops making sense the moment that particular frame of mind is gone. I believe it's this way. I'm gonna keep putting torches on my right-hand side as I'm making my way that way. Now, this is the way to the dungeon that I'd cracked into. I should grab some of that redstone that I saw back there too, but we'll worry about that in a moment. Yeah, basically, if there's torches on my left, I know I'm going back, is the idea here. It's basic navigation. When I'm actually paying attention to my navigation instead of sprinting around willy-nilly. And obviously we have resources aplenty down here. I'm just not bothering to grab them all right now because that's not the point of what I'm doing at this exact moment. Yeah, torch on left leads home. Torch on right leads away from home. It's just gonna get weird when some of these wrap around, because there's a lot of wraparound places here. Just going to let him pop. Yeah, Denku and Viv are on a whole other adventure from what it seems. They're trying to find lava, as was mentioned before. I'm betting they found a chasm and they're trying to find a sensible way into it. Or sensible enough. This is, I think, where I popped into that dungeon. No. Based on the way that looks, I think that's another way I could have gone in, but I didn't. I may be better served just going and looking elsewhere for lava, honestly. Even though I know there's lava down there. When I grabbed the lava before, there was only like the one block of it. So there may not even be more down there. This may be just entire wild goose chase. Viv has fallen. You know, there's a certain degree of irony to the fact that both Viv and I think, have primarily died to gravity and nothing else. Because, like, my only death on this server, for those that missed it, was I was sprinting around like wild, running back home at the end of last session. And I was jumping from tree to tree being a smartass, and I slipped and died instantly. That's the only time I've died on this entire server so far. Despite diving into a dungeon, despite diving into this cave repeatedly, the only time I've died with my 6 hearts is falling and breaking my legs. Like, it's just so sad, but it's also just peak comedy at the same time. And the best part is, I'm pretty confident I was talking about the fact that the only way I was going to die probably was falling to my death at some point, and then seconds later, wham! Fell out of a tree. It's just one of those things where just, you know it's going to happen, and then you're proven right once again in ways you did not want to be. I may or may not have gotten a little crossed up, by the way, in case people are wondering what I'm doing. I'm not going to bother grabbing those magnetite blocks yet, because I know they're for create. I can tell that looking at them. But they're probably going to pop unfamiliar item when I pick them up. And I don't know what they're for in create to begin with, because I don't actually know create that well. So Voila did mention just before she hopped on that there's a new version of Create as well. I don't know how relevant that'll be, but that is a thing. I think she said it was Create 6. I don't know if she's intending on adding that to update Create in this pack or not. That's something to discuss with her later on. Like if I go join her in a group call in here or such. Which I'm assuming they may all be over in a group somewhere. No, they're actually not in a call group. They're just hanging out over in that area then. Is based on the fact that Voila picked up Viv's items. They're together at the moment. So they're probably all off hanging out. Voila did mention wanting to show Viv something, so that's probably where that connection comes from. Oh, and people that weren't here before are probably wondering why I'm so damn fast. 1, rogues are faster. 2, I have this 25% speed bonus on my shoes. So I zoom. That's also what got me in trouble. I overestimated how much the zoom would allow me to jump further, and that's why I fell out of the tree. I still stand by the fact that if I had more than these 6 hearts that the rogue has, I would have lived from that fall, but, you know, life choices add up, and eventually you get punished for your choices. But yeah, let's get out of here. Well, actually, I should probably grab at least the iron on the way out, because we are going to need a lot of iron in the future. We may not need a lot of it right this moment, because Tinkers honestly doesn't use that much iron. But the other mods we'll be getting into as we progress further along are going to start needing it a lot. Because I believe Mechanism takes a decent chunk of iron unless that changed. It's iron and osmium that it needs a lot of. Immersive engineering is going to need iron for some stuff, though that's also going to need a fair whack at copper. I think I need... Oh, no, that's Ember's lead, so I'm not getting into Embers right now, so I'm not going to worry about that at the second. Embers is another one that I don't know a ton about. I learned a few bits and bobs from Voila when we started the previous version of this server up. Is she had gotten into that, and we were all staying closer together at that time. Is we were still teaching Char and Lixie, and to a lesser degree Pazzy, how to do all of the things that they're gonna need to be doing. Which, that's part of why I'm able to focus as much as I am right now, is nothing against them. The others are not here, other than Voila and Viv and I, as far as the people that are attached to the collab. Obviously, there are many others on the server, I just don't know most of them. So I have less concern about what happens with them unless they actually ask me for something. Which, more than likely, that won't happen anytime quick, because that's probably going to be a mutually, I don't know you, you don't know me, we're just going to leave that as it is for the most part. There we go. I knew I'd hop down somewhere, I just couldn't remember where. Well, they were looking for lava, so I presume they're gonna grab that source block. That would be logical. What the hell? Got Rave Party Iron over here. Never seen that, but it's Apotheosis, so that explains why I don't understand it. Let's grab this redstone for other purposes, because that's also something I'll need a decent chunk of for the future. Because most Minecraft tech mods need a decent bit of redstone, because that's how they justify how their technology works. As you can see, though, the cave's not actually that big. It's just deceptive because you end up running in loops around in it a lot and get yourself confused and lost. And by yourself, I of course mean myself. But others may also get just as confused in that situation as I do. Oh, other thing to note about people being late and or not here, Char is going to be away from these sessions for the duration of March because she has a lot of things going on in March. So she kind of just gave me a blanket statement of she will not be available this month. So those that look forward to seeing Char, you will need to see her doing her own thing. Because I know she's got like a subathon she was planning to do and all that. So, you know, make sure to go support our favorite jester when all that starts actually popping off. Let's see. Daytime, it is not. Let's see. I'm sure people are, in some cases, foaming at the mouth / having horrible nightmares looking at this inventory. And I would apologize if I was that concerned about it, but, you know, all you have to do is look away from it and you'll be fine. But unfortunately, I did fail in my intention. So we are gonna have a slight complication there. I can't even go to the Nether if I wanted to without obsidian. Now, there is something else I can do about that problem, because I do know about a couple partial Nether portals out there. And I do believe Voila also has a Nether portal that I could probably borrow if I really wanted to. Okay, she has made a help group. As I mentioned before, I'm probably going to be doing my own thing for the most part today, unless people need me. But it's good to know that she will be there and available if it comes to something like that. They're gonna go play Minecraft in French. I don't think I can turn vanilla chainmail into mail now. Okay, it's currently daytime now, so let's go on a little bit of an adventure. I have been across a lot of territory, but I haven't been over here yet. So let's kind of nose around over here and see if I can find some more readily available lava and such, perhaps. After all, we should probably take advantage of my high speeds for something, right? Oh, there's cows. I do need leather. That's the other thing, though, is getting a hold of the leather we need to make the better armor that I would like to make. Ow, my legs. I am really reckless about hopping off of things in this game, so I fully anticipate at some point my fragility is going to come back to haunt me again. Like, I do genuinely stand by the fact that I will more than likely have predominantly gravity-based deaths. Oh yeah, let me check around. Yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure nobody had claimed this area before I start robbing and tearing and doing things. There's a couple of villages that have been claimed by the other people on the server, so as a matter of politeness, I would only empty the unique loots out of the chests because those are per player. and then I just wouldn't rip up the buildings or anything. As a matter of, you know, courtesy. Oh, hey, there's as much redstone as I just found. Yeah, what do you want, Cleric? I'm stealing your stuff. What you gonna do about it? Oh, you're gonna sell me more redstone. Sure. I got plenty of emeralds. Might as well take all of that, actually. Sir, that is not what you do with the chest. I'm leaving. Goodbye. What do y'all worship around here, anyway? Books. You know what? Fair enough. I'm as much a one for the quest of knowledge as anybody else. Clay golem, huh? If I was still looking for clay, I'd absolutely destroy that golem. But I don't need clay anymore. Or, at least I don't badly need clay. I should amend that, because at any point I may end up needing clay again. But in current situations, clay is no longer as necessary as it was before. You may notice that some of these boxes are empty and things like that. That's just simply a matter of some of the mods are not working 100% as far as the loot tables go, so they get a little janky at times. You just kind of just learn to live with it. I don't really need the bread or anything, but I'll take it anyway because I'm here. I don't think this town was taken by anybody yet either. We've been here before, though. This is the village we were at with Lixie 2 sessions ago now? When we did our whole, like, globetrot with her before. Though I don't think I actually, like, properly sifted through this place because I spent a lot of that time chasing her to make sure she didn't get herself in trouble. I'm not gonna wipe out the barns or anything. I could clean those out for the leather, but leather's not gonna be that hard to come by. I have no reason to do that at this exact moment. Yeah, there's a bestiary lectern that I could scavenge, but I'm not fussed about that enough at the moment to bother. Like, there was definitely a time in Minecraft where I would just pick up everything I saw. And that still happens a lot. But with modded Minecraft, you kind of can't do that. Because your inventory will not survive first contact with the amount of things you can pick up. You will have no inventory in minutes. Unless you start filtering at least a little bit. I also should make a decent ranged weapon soon. Hello, snake. I don't fuck with you, you don't fuck with me. I think those were the snakes that were eating Pazzy before. That's why I just immediately respectfully shielded up and backed away. Like, no, 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 no. There it goes. Bunch of Ars Nouveau stuff. We'll go ahead and grab that. The good luck, I think, is attached to if you actually utilize that structure and, like, go through its portal. Bad things would happen. That's just regular slime over there. That's not sky slime. I do need to go get sky slime, but I know where Sky Slime Island that Char built a bridge to is already. So I'll worry about that when the time comes for that idea. That is all the way in the opposite direction, is why I'm like, deal with that in the future. There's a ruined house. We can see if there's anything good in there. You know, hindsight being 2020, I wish I had marked where some of those ruined portals were, because they have lava at those ruined portals. Though people may have cleaned them out already. Business as usual. Good to see that Voila is at least giving all appearances of being in a chipper mood now that she's woken up. I was a little worried on that one with how she initially sounded when she first woke up. Because, you know, the classic someone oversleeps and gets a little annoyed with themselves. Definitely been there more times than I'd like to think about too, so I get it. You know, a wiser man would have brought a boat with him. I never claimed to be a wiser man, though, did I? No, sometimes I have. But I feel like everybody should know that that's kind of a lie. Wise ass, maybe. Wise man, maybe not. Thankfully, the capacity to create boats is not a complicated thing. I'm gonna assume dragon, but I'm gonna ask. I'm definitely just gonna assume that it's a happened to misstep and ran into dragon territory. Yep, that would do it. Just in case. Because that could definitely be problematic to get a handle on. Oh. You know what? That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I reversed my letters, but they'll get the idea. Are these hostile boats? I feel like I've seen one of these little flotillas before. Oh yeah, just villagers. It's a floating village. Well, not all villagers, though. They are not all friends. I repeat, they are not all friends. There will be pirates in their midst. You know what? I'll show him who is boss. Da, 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 da. What? Oh, we might be having some lag. Yep, that message didn't send. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna quickly disconnect before anything too bad can happen. Because I don't know what's happening, but my attacks didn't happen, and he wasn't reacting to my presence anymore. Let's see what happens if I rejoin. I don't know if the server just had a moment there, because Voila dropped, which is concerning. But her internet can be odd at times. The fact that my message also didn't send is worrying. But there was also lag when I went to send the other message responding to what she said before. I'm more than likely gonna get dumped out of my boat. so I may be drowning when I log back in, which could be a problem. Any day now, game. It takes a bit to log back in. Let me check Discord to make sure that there's not any immediate issues. Oh. I had a bad feeling about that. Well, there's my second death, which I can't say was my fault, but, you know, it happened. Well, let's get a new boat and get over there and go get that stuff. That is upsetting, but nothing can be done about it. Do I have a boat? I do have a boat. That's the risk of playing on a server, though, is sometimes you get lag death. So, I suppose now I may as well just modify that to only dying to forces of nature. Latency and gravity. Because once the first contact with that archer didn't cause damage, it was over. There was no recovering that situation. All the armor in the world won't save you when like 4 or 5 shots catch back up as you log back in. It is admittedly somewhat Minecraft's fault as far as that goes, because it places you in the world before you actually are loaded in and functional. But a lot of games have that same problem, as far as online play goes. Now the question is, I saw the items fly. So is there a soul here where all my stuff is? Nope, it's all scattered. Oh, that's gonna suck. That's really gonna suck, because it's all floated. And since it's night, it's gonna be a bit harder to see them, too. Well, nothing for it but to dive for it. Okay, at least I have something that I can harm him with. There's my sword. Well, no, is that my sword, or is that the other sword that I found? A sword is a sword at the end of the day, so it'll still do him in just fine. Once I do him in, I can get the rest of my stuff back. There's my pickaxe, which is one of the most important things, since that has a diamond attached to it. There's my shield, which is going to be vital to the process of dealing with this jerk. So I can also just ambush him from the sea. So he seems to be chill now, though he's permanently chill at this point. Okay, let's figure out where the rest of my stuff ended up. Okay, my tools and such are all over on this side. My infinity ham and my pickaxe. I have everything I care about. Let's stand on this boat while I figure my life out. My armor's gone, but my night vision goggles survived, so that's the important bit there. Because now I can actually see again. I feel like we're about to have another server hiccup because of people messing about with things. Which might explain why we had the bad hiccup that killed me and disconnected Voila. Is for those that don't know, since we have things like create and such in this pack, if people start really heavily messing with those things, that might cause the server to have some trouble from time to time. This is also why I'm not the biggest fan of venturing forth in online play a lot of the time, because it's kind of easy to get screw-jobbed at times. Because other people do something that causes the server to have a little bit of a fit that then leads to other people having unnecessary problems. But it's nature of the beast on that one. There we go, this has stuff in it. Water bucket. I don't really need empty maps. A compass wouldn't be the worst thing to have. Worst case, I pass that on. Oh, I needed to have enough redstone. I was like, wait, I did pick up redstone. Why did that not count before? But that's why. Clocks are useful for making some machines, so I'll grab that for now. That's not where you go. You go down there. But yeah, admittedly, the lag death from that archer was also somewhat my own fault. I probably could have rode that out, and I might have gotten away with it. When the game reasserted itself, by logging out, I took a risk. I do need to acknowledge that. But, you know, it be what it be. I already lost my perfect record by my own hand last session anyway. So there's no further point in thinking about that as a concept anyway. How dare you interrupt me boarding a ship? Howdy, Pazzy. I assume you'll be getting up and ready here before too long? Sounds good. Be advised, the server does seem to be having a little bit of latency today, but there's also a fair whack of people on, so that's to be expected. Just, you know, operate with some caution. Fair enough. Hope all is as well as can be expected. Grab this ring. I don't need those wings. Okay. Some new pants. Oh, I did lose my boots. My speed boots. That's fine. We'll figure things out. I don't need to grab another knife. I have multiple knives back at the base. Don't need any of that. The alpaca's still having a time. Oh, there we go. There's the leather that I need. Oh yeah, the aqua walkers. I think Voila showed me those before. Magnetic ring, may as well snag that too. I am probably not gonna use it, but I want to have it on hand. Because you never know when it'll actually turn out to be useful. Just not necessarily a priority object for me. Oh, skeleton. Hi. Why are you in there with everybody else, huh? Who said skeletons could be on the boat? Now, there's actually getting to be a lot of you fooling around me, too. Howdy, afflicted zombie. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully y'all are doing well. Don't mind me kind of dancing with death here, as usual. Slight complications here and there, but you know, we make do as best we can. But just welcome everybody to the same modded Minecraft server my little crew here has been working our way at for the past 4 weeks now? 3 weeks? I've lost count. It's a mod pack assembled by Voila, who you see in the title there for our purposes here. Nice, nice. I'm not familiar with Lost Records. What is that? Not often I encounter a title that I don't recognize, so I'm always interested to learn. Nope, Voila has dropped again, so I think her internet might be having a bit of a rough one today. It's definitely an interesting one. She spent a good amount of time setting up a whole quest book and everything to help teach people how to do modded Minecraft a bit better. And it's pretty heavily tuned to work out reasonably well. I helped out a little bit here and there, but she did 99.9% of the work. Where? Oh, you. Okay, so I can't be too oblivious when I'm up on these boats, because they do have hostiles in them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I tend to miss a lot of games in that vein. That's probably why I didn't know about that one. And this week in particular, I got buried in next best demos. Oh, there's another infinity ham. I can hand that off to somebody in the future. For those that don't know, these infinity hams literally are just ham bones that regrow meat, so it's infinite food. They're kind of neat that way. Oh, I lost the other shield that I found, too. He is just having a moment here. Look at him. He doesn't know what to do with his life right now. But yeah, for those coming in who don't know what I do, I definitely don't normally do Minecraft. This is kind of a because the friends want to do it kind of deal for me. I'm usually much more on the independent games and a lot of old odd retro stuff. So if you're interested in that, you might want to stick around in the future. But we'll be doing this all day today here, as long as I'm on today. That's a pretty neat axe. I'll probably hand that over to somebody later. This is a collab between all the people you see up there at the top. Just Hazzy only just got in a little bit ago. Voila's obviously been here for most of the time, and Lixie is still running a little bit late. Ordinarily, we would also be joined by Charmei Ming, but she is off doing other things currently. So she will be joining us again in the future, but not right now. But do make sure to have a look at all those people, because they are some of the best that I have found in my time doing this whole shtick here. seems like I've eliminated the only threats. Because I feel like I would have gotten jumped again if there was more of them around. I really should ditch some of these unnecessary things that I'm carrying. What better place to get rid of things than into the ocean, where they will never be seen again, hopefully. For the server, it would actually be better if I chucked them into lava so they were destroyed, but I don't have any lava. That's part of what I'm trying to do right now, is find more lava. You might be wondering, why are you in the water if you're looking for more lava? Well, I was going to a different island, and then I ended up discovering this set of boats. And, well, that's where we've been since then. It's been a whole complicated series of events since then, where we had a bit of server latency and I got shot to death. And now in a partial mood of vengeance, I'm just ripping up and stealing everything I can from these boats to compensate me for the death that happened. Speaking of, let me... Oh, the death point's gone already. Good. I think the other death point is still there, though. Yeah. There we go. We have two separate maps in because one allows chunk claiming, which Voila wanted to have because she was going to have other friends of hers on here so that she doesn't have to run multiple servers. So we kind of had like mixed purposes on that one. So to avoid issues amongst people, something like chunk claiming is kind of a useful feature to have. There's some free iron and some more redstone. As much as I would like that hood, I'm not going to bother grabbing it right now because I am running into a space as a premium issue here. So I'm actually going to start ditching unfamiliar items for now. As much as I would like to keep them on hand. Because my hoarder instincts definitely do kick in hard. But I need to remember my filtering. Ooh, amphibian boot. I'm gonna assume that these are useful. They look like they would be great for going through the water. So let's go ahead and slap those on my feet. I could actually put the aqua walkers on too, but I think they're the ones that let you walk on water. It seems like we swim a lot better with these on, and we definitely breathe longer. So these are going to be very useful. I don't know what a lot of these relics do yet, because I've not really worked with the relic mod much. So a lot of that's going to be, ooh, shiny thing. What's it do? Oh, it does terrible, not helpful thing. Huh, unfortunate. Because there's a couple that definitely have jank enough uses that I would definitely factor them as does more harm than good. Like there were these not the ice skates, roller skates that make you have a real hard time turning, but make you move faster. They would be a recipe for disaster. Like you would hurl yourself off cliffs and into death if you used them, unless you really got a handle on maneuvering with them. If I didn't have the Infinity Ham, these food boxes would be wonderful, but since I have Infinity Ham, I have no need for such trivial things. But yeah, I think if I just get like an Aqua Affinity helmet now on top of these Aqua boots, I think I can just like go anywhere in the water I want, and I would be good to go. Yep, there's the server having a little bit of a time again. Which it is worth noting that, again, decent amount of people on the server, and it is a purchased server, so we only have so much power over how it's running. And it only has, you know, in and of itself, only so much power. In some ways, it may have been better to try to arrange a different thing, but this is what we have, so this is what we're gonna work with. I don't have shoes anymore, so I'll put that on. Increase the catch when fishing, sure. I also don't have a helmet, but that's got respiration too, so that might be useful. That sure is a look I've got going on, huh? With the one shoe, the hats inside of hats, and the night vision goggles. Drowned belt. Water flows, dead weight, load capacity, and water attraction. I don't think I want those on. Those seem like something that will be bad for my health to wear. And it might just be that it's portrayed in a way that sounds dangerous to my health, and it's not actually, but I don't trust it personally. I think I'm gonna just put that in my pocket, and maybe I'll hand that off as a hee hee ha ha to somebody that doesn't decide to read it in the future. Because, you know, that there's always somebody who'll be willing to put something on and find out the hard way what it does. Avasti scallywags, prepare to be boarded. ER and all that stuff. I'm here for your coal. Not really, but I'm taking it anyway. I'm actually more here for the relics, because at the rate we've been finding relics, I'm interested in finding more of them. But I think that's all we're gonna find at this set of ships here. I might have missed a boat, but I think that's good enough for me anyway. Now speaking of boats, where'd I park? Oh, I found my head again. Let's just ditch that again. Because I have one of my own heads back at home. I don't need multiple of my own head. I get in my own head good enough on my own. I don't need more copies of it to get into. Oh yeah, my entire intent had been to go to this body of land here, and then I got sidetracked a dozen times. But I also realized it was connected to the landmass I'd been to already. Because we kind of have just like this inland sea here. Not really sure where to go. I could try going inland up here instead. See if that leads to anything worthwhile. But before we go home, let's go over Charward here and go get the Sky Slime that I keep putting off going and getting from the Sky Slime Island that we know exists. Because that will be much easier. Let me also quickly do a thing here, since I see something. There we go. Since Voila had put up her Blue Sky post, I wanted to repost that to remind people, hey, this is a thing that's happening. This way everybody knows what's going on. Because I was not as good about tagging everybody today as I usually am, since things were kind of in flux today. I didn't want to tag people unnecessarily in case people didn't end up making it in today or such. I'm never sure entirely how people feel about being tagged when they're not actually going to be present. I might rip this granite beach up so I can have the granite to build the tower up better. Because I do like the look of granite. Oh, hello. Some blocks on fire over here. So I think people moved these up here. I don't think these were normally here. Because they weren't here when we were here before. Oh, that's just a delayed notification. I saw a Discord pop up, so I'm like, oh, might be something I need to look at, but no, it's just as the group steadily goes live, I see more and more of their go live notifications popping. It is unfortunately turning night, which could lead to some complications for me, but I just gotta remember, I am built for speed. If I run into problems, I can outrun most issues. We are nowhere near as well armored as we used to be, since I lost most of my iron armor, but we can fix that. Now that I have some leather, I can absolutely fix that. There's going to be a lot of sailing for the moment because I have to sail all the way over here, go up the stairs that Char made to get to the Sky Slime Island, and then come back down the stairs and sail all the way back home. So just bear with me on that one for a little bit. I would tell a story right now, but I don't really have a story immediately to hand to share right now. Oh, that y'all haven't already heard. I guess the hippocampuses aren't hostile. We spent so much time being scared of them, and I just kind of ignored them today, and then nothing bad happened. So I guess that's fine. Judging from the chunk that was taken out of here, I think Char had started doing as I had suggested and grabbing a lot of gravel to get Tinkers going for herself. I forget whether that was there when we were here before or not. I feel like a divot like that is not natural, but there's no guarantees of that one. There's also a serious temptation in my mind to replace the hopping here with stairs, but I really can't be bothered enough to do that, and I don't want to change somebody else's structure that much either. Yeah, we'll probably end up spending most of the night getting this done and getting back. And once this is done, we'll finish up getting what we can of the Tinker's quests sorted out. Yeah, I literally just need the one Sky Slime bit here. Just so I can combine it with a book for... Oh, I'm in the wrong section. This one. So I can make the Tinker's Gadgetry book. And then that'll all be done. Which, since I mentioned the quest book, look at all of this. This is all stuff Voila put together to teach people, in this particular case, how Tinker's Construct works. You unlock mods by doing things relevant to either the mod before it or to the mod you'll be doing in order to open it up. Like, you make a fishing rod to start aquaculture. We gained a touch of access to a draconic nature here because we found an egg, so I could start doing that whole thing if I was interested in that. There's this whole intro quest line here where you also select a difficulty, get some bonus food. That's where the class quest I talked about before is as well. This all gets you the baseline stuff sorted out, basically. It still has a little bit of issues here and there, but it's well put together. And honestly, modded Minecraft is never going to be without its issues, so... I also gained hearts at some point. I had 6, and now I have 8. I'm not entirely sure... Oh, right, I have 3 more max health due to these pants. That's why I have more hearts. I don't quite have 3 more hearts, but you know what? It's fine. That also means I'm going to lose those hearts soon, because I'm going to be replacing those pants as soon as I get back and properly set up making the better armor. Because I didn't lose the leather, right? Okay, I do still have it. I think 8 leather is enough to make what I need to. Actually, duh. I only need like 2 because I just make 1 set of leather mail in order to make the cast to then make metal mail of everything else. Duh. But as you can see, my tower is about 1,500 blocks away, so it's gonna take a minute. Longer if I die along the way, which ideally we won't do. You know, hindsight being 2020, I should have realized that those hippocampuses weren't hostile because they don't have red dots on the minimap. Is it anything that's guaranteed naturally hostile is a red dot like you see there? Passives are blue, other players are white, and I think it's like purple or something for things like boats and other entities that are non-living but still count as entities. Something like that, something along those lines. I could also build the tower out of this calcite stuff, but I feel like that's a little too bright white. That's not really my style. I don't know if I 100% really want to make it out of the granite either, but that's closer to the style I would like to make. Is you polish it up and it starts to look pretty good. This wasn't claimed, right? No, this is past the specific team claim. Don't want to be ripping up anything that belongs to anybody else, as discussed before. What I'm gonna do is probably just like cover this back over once I hollow it out so that it doesn't really mess with the landscape too badly. Doing the courteous neighbor thing and all that. I'm definitely going to need more granite than I'm going to be grabbing right now in order to properly do what I'm planning to do. This will do as a starting point. This way the actual lay of the land here isn't modified too hard. Though the occasional zombie may spawn inside there and start growling, but people can get over that, it'll be fine. Hi creeper, bye creeper. Real shame you don't have a boat, bye. Karma's gonna kill me for that at some point. As much as I'm enjoying the background music I have, I really should switch albums now and then. Because it is starting to get a little repetitive, but at the same time, background music's kind of meant to be repetitive to a certain degree. Not really supposed to be focusing on it. Just sometimes when I'm alone with my thoughts here, that's where my brain goes. Oh, another sky island. Okay. That was someone else's solution to getting to a sky island. You know what? It works. Just not necessarily repeatable, unless you can climb. Which we do have an origin mod in here, because I don't think Voila took it out at any point. And one of the origins is a spider that's allowed to climb any surface. So they'd be able to like climb up those little pillars there just fine. And as if they were ladders, as long as they didn't slip over the side and fall to their death. Which they wouldn't fall to their death because it's all water around it anyway. But you get the point. You get the idea behind what I'm saying. But yeah, here in a moment we'll be much better kitted out. And I can teach how the armoring system for Tinker's Construct works. And then I'll probably once again venture forth in an attempt to A, find lava, B, find obsidian so we can go regret my life choices in the nether so we can actually make more progress. is I can't start immersive engineering without Heptazon. Without going to the Nether, I can't get Heptazon. So that's currently dead in the water, or until we get to that point. And if you don't understand what Heptazon is, don't worry about it. We'll get to that when we get to it. I explained it before, but it's just basically the short version for those that missed that bit is it's an alloy that's going to take getting to the Nether to get. Toss a few more torches around here to further push off where mobs can spawn, so that I don't have them just wandering into my living room if I forget to close the door. So these torches aren't great for the server tick rate necessarily either, but it's not the worst thing we end up doing here, so it'll be fine. Oh right, I was still holding shift because I was trying to shift click things up, so I ended up pondering the item there. So we got a good amount of iron. Do I have any books left? Because I think I used up all my books. Yeah, I'm gonna need to go get sugarcane as well then. Now that can all be solved after I armor up. Hey Yura, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Welcome to me doing the best I can do to remember how Tinker's construct works and explain it to people while I get my act together here. How's everything going? Hell yeah. You'll love to see it. What did you end up getting your bests in today? You know, doesn't sound like a mob description I'm interested in dealing with. Warped Forest Enderman. Not bad, not bad. Any amount of time you can shave off is good, but as you of course well know. I grabbed the raw iron because I'm a silly man. I needed the ingots to repair the pickaxe. There we go. Get that back in shape. Though I do need the iron anyway. Now over here, if I chuck this in here, we can make some leather mail. I don't need the leather anymore. At least not for the minute. Do I have any gold in there anymore? I don't. Might not actually have enough lava to melt the gold properly, but we'll find out. We'll just have to kind of hope for the best on that one. It's gonna be close. That's a nope. Gonna run out of juice, I think. Oh, nope, it has... Right, it's going 50 millibuckets at a time, so we had just enough. We can't really make anything else in here until I get more lava now, but that's fine. It's accomplishing what it needs to. This does mean I'm not gonna be able to make as good armor as I had intended to, because it'll just be iron on iron, but it'll be better than nothing. But you'll get an example here of how the Tinker's Construct armor goes, and I can replace parts on it later, or to make it a little bit better. Come on, finish cooling. There we go. is you pour out the components with your smeltery, and then you come on up here to your tinker station, and you combine the two. It's that easy. Iron naturally has projectile protection due to being iron. So we'll actually have projectile protection too, which is good, but it's not really as much as I would have wanted. It does still have 3 defense slots and 2 upgrade slots though, so it'll be solid for the moment. And you can see the chainmail kind of popping out of the edges, which is nice. It helps kind of show you that, hey, yes, there is in fact chainmail under this plate armor here. There's a whole thing happening in the background there, don't mind that. Oh, these are mending leather boots, that's nice. I'm gonna keep the leather cap for now, though, because it has the respiration bonus. I am gonna replace these shoes. You can tell who's been on the server a lot longer on a given day by what kind of advancements they're finishing. Exactly, I can breathe, but better. It's like how those people that don't have constant sinus issues breathe. I wish I knew what that was like. There we go, make iron plate boots for more projectile protection. There we go. Pay no mind to the large boot I have over here that also lets me swim better. I have so many goofy things going on with this now. I feel that. I mean, it basically is Flipper, yeah. Imagine if I could fake Flipper in Minecraft. Just jump into the water and swim as if I had flippers, even though I don't. That's a joke like 5 people are gonna get. You know what? They were gonna get banned even if that wasn't automatically removed. Got bots coming in with bad takes now. It's impressive. Yeah, this is definitely not gonna be enough granite to build this out proper. But I can still at least get something started here. We'll just pop up to the top and get a crown on here. This is not going to be anywhere near where it's going to end up needing to be, but I'm just going to slap this up here so it at least has a little bit more character than just random stone things sticking up out of the ground. And this will hopefully show the intent of what it's going to become. Yeah, something about this one, fucky. Voila is sure spending a lot of time burning to death today. See what's going wrong, and it's because of the block count here. This is never going to truly line up. Nope, I don't think. Yeah, it's at one point or another this goes wrong because the block count is wrong. But that'll do for the second at the very least. Which side did I pillar up from? This side, right? Yeah. Because I can't afford to drop down or I will die. Yeah, it still doesn't look great, but at the very least, it's a little bit better. Yeah, that's the thing. People have fed in, like, an even nastier message instead of just, hey, don't you want to buy our view bots? It's like, well, no. Now it's basically, hey, fuck you, buy our bots, which becomes, now fuck you, get out of here. And now that just looks terrible. Because it needed to have expanded out another step, but I don't have enough blocks to actually do it and make it look right. We'll come back to that when I actually have a better spot to get a lot more granite from to actually do that properly. But I have slightly improved my armor. And it has projectile protection, so it'll be useful. I could still replace these legs, because I'm not using Source at all, and I'm not using Spell Power, so those two don't matter. The 3 max health is the temptation on that one. Though as you can see there, it's actually only 2 hearts, not 3, that I'm gaining from that. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and replace that. The extra defense will probably balance out the fact that I'm not getting the extra other thing, the extra health. The fact that my brain's a little bit sluggish today is part of why I'm kind of just vibing on my own today, instead of being in call with like Voila, for example, who's here, because I will be perpetually distracted. So I just won't be able to function with that amount of distraction. Because I'll be trying to keep up with what she's doing, with what I'm doing, with what y'all are doing. It would turn into a whole thing. Like plating, like mail. There we go. It comes out to roughly the same amount of armor, but this has more projectile protection on it, so arrows shouldn't really hurt me much. Once we get some lava, I'll start teaching you all about the benefits of some of the alloys we can make, and then you'll start to understand a bit more about why getting that variety of armor going is important. We could also go digging real greedily and try to find some deep slate diamond. That could be fun. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about finding any Balrogs, so that'll be fine. Though there are things that are probably arguably as bad, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I know the village over here has been claimed, and some of the other territory in this vicinity was too. Where was that? Oh no, the claim on that village is gone now. So they, oh, I guess they moved where they claimed, because they had both of these claimed before. But my goal is to go into this darkness up here and hopefully find something potentially useful. Ideally find lava. Actually, before I commit to doing that, though, can I spot where one of those ruined portals I was talking about before were? Because I vaguely remember where I found them. Yeah, there's one right there. So if I was going to do that, I should have done that on my way back. I forgot where it was. It was just enough that I forgot how far away. At this point, I'm just as well off going and looking. Will I have people in there? Yeah. Wanted to make sure she wasn't ending up lonely at the same time, because that was not the intent. I assume Lixie's still busy with the thing she was helping out with, since I haven't heard from her yet. Though she may have also ended up wearing herself out with that, and she may not end up putting in an appearance today at all, which, you know, that is what it is. I would rather anybody in this group prioritize not overextending themselves. I say as I frequently overextend myself, but that's neither here nor there. That's my mistake to make, even though I will give better advice than I act on. I honestly thought somebody built this, but turns out this is part of the village that I hadn't looted yet. Blessed plate of the volcano. That's pretty good armor. Real shame that I made better armor, otherwise I would have grabbed that in a heartbeat because that 5 extra health. I already kind of poked around this village a little bit, but yeah, that's the thing. There's the cave down there that I can go nose around in. Getting there, though, is going to be a little bit on the tricky side. I forgot how cliff-iffy this village was. Look at that. It's just like death trap land around here. Which, you know, Bloody Trapland's a game I didn't think about for a while. That's a whole thing as well. Could easily just leave that one as a if you know, you know. I can just swim. I have enhanced swimming and enhanced respiration. I may as well use it. As long as I don't get stuck in the farm. Oh, speaking of, I am currently under the farm. I overshot my mark a little bit. There's an exit. There. So I think I went in here with Lixie before. This was part of our little grand adventure we had a while ago. So I don't think I'm gonna find any lava in there. Just sadness. So let's just abandon that idea before I spend all the time fighting my way through there just to be disappointed. No, no, you're burning. Here, let me put you out through horrific physical violence. Aren't I a hero? Now, over this way, I don't think we went yet. I found something. Also, I might have found some lag. Or that chest is just broken. Or somebody's pulling a funny and is a chest. I'll explain what I mean with that in a second here, once there's not hostility all around me. I did not know about spruce creepers. That's different. I knew about, like, cave creepers and such. I didn't know about spruce creepers. Ow. Yeah, you see the fact that my health's not going down when they shoot me? That's the amount of projectile protection I have. Oh, no it isn't. That's lag. Because I hit them a couple times and nothing happened. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe it wasn't lag. Maybe I got, like, weakened enough that they weren't taking damage. Yeah, no, they're taking damage and I'm not, so the armor is working. The proper power of having tons of metal all around your body. You know, this isn't horrifically dangerous at all or anything. wait, yeah, I looked at the Stripstone Cave before. I just didn't go in it. I don't think I did, anyway. I might be thinking of the dripstone. I think there was dripstone in the other direction, too, and that might be what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I thought I heard a creeper sneaking up on me. They have a distinct footstep, since they got 4 feet. And you better believe I'm on, like, high alert being down in here. And that's ruby ore, not redstone. Rubies will be useful, just not right this moment. Oh, that'll work. Oh, this is a big cave here. Maybe there'll be lava down here somewhere. He says, realizing once again that he doesn't have his buckets with him. One of these days I won't clear up my inventory enough that I lose my buckets. Though I can just make buckets in the field, it'll be fine. There's iron here, so worst case I make buckets. Oh, that's a dark touch golem, huh? I don't know what that means in context, but I'm just gonna kill it as quick as I can because I don't want to find out. Yeah, that's right, get temporal sadness. Uh-oh. Might be lagging a little. There we go. There we go. Strong golem defeated. Ooh, Depth Strider 3 and Boing 2. Inflict bad luck on things that attack you. Neat. Those will be good for when I go into the nether, because you will want gold to deal with all the piglins. Aha! Not FDA approved, huh? To be fair, my Infinity Ham probably isn't FDA approved either. I feel like they wouldn't really like the idea of infinite meat. Okay, good, I do have a log with me. I was like, you know, I just realized there's a fundamental flaw with my plan here. Sir, I know you probably need to make things too, but piss off. I was here first. I do have one other flaw with my plan in that I have nothing I can cook this with. I will need to find coal. Or acquire wood or something. There's osmium. Lead. I can't cook with bones. Can't cook with flesh either. That would be inconvenient. Even if you could, it would smell terrible. Ooh, that was... Look at that. That's neat. Probably don't want to go down there, though, with the way it's blinking. That might be bad for my eyes and everyone else's health. It's really cool looking, though. Going down there in general is bad for my health, though, because it's a real long drop. Oh, when in doubt, modify the terrain to suit your needs. Green stuff over here on the walls, though, might be a real good tower material, actually. Yeah, Viridium. Green's not really my color, but it's got a nice scaly look to it. I can make something work there. Absolutely is not what we came down here for, but you take what you can get, you know? Ooh, there's smooth basalt down here too, though. I can use that for stuff as well. Because I have this whole thing I want to build on the side of the cliff that I'm living on. And I'm still figuring out what I want it to be made out of and all of that in my head. That's probably going to be one of those things, though, that I build off camera and surprise everybody with later. Because I'm going to need to spend a good long bit of time working on that one. And I know people do enjoy building streams, but I don't know if I could do it right now. I will invariably get distracted at some point, and it will not get done. Not that it's particularly exciting to be here with me mining it all out to begin with either, but, you know. That's just a case of I'm currently here, and I found things that I will use for it, so... I don't know, I also said I was gonna do the Tinker setup off camera, and here we are, so... Business as usual, don't take any of the things I say I'll do off camera as things that are going to actually happen. Because, I'll be honest, half the time when I close this game, I forget to do anything with it. Because I'm doing so many other things. Like, as I mentioned at the beginning of this, doing all the stuff with the Next Fest kind of killed my ability to do anything else. And yet, the Viridium would definitely suit you. Ooh, pretty well, Yura. It's definitely your color. Right? Exactly. There's a lot of it here. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to use it because it's a create item. And I don't have create unlocked. So digging all that out's useless, actually. Well, that's inconvenient. We'll remember that that's here, though, and come back for it in the future. And we'll bring what we did pick up back home. Because for those that don't know, with the way the mod pack's set up, if you don't have a mod unlocked, you can't use it. And that goes for even placing blocks from it. It will just not place. So that will cause complications with that plan. So I should really be prioritizing this basalt instead. Which kind of works because that's more my color anyway. More of a dark broody, upset gray. Not a lot I can do with it either, so it's definitely going to be for building purposes. At least it breaks reasonably easily. I probably can chuck it in a stone cutter and do some stuff with it too, since it's a vanilla item. Do I think that 3 stacks will be enough? Maybe. At the very least, 3 stacks will be enough for the time being. I'm glad I have a pickaxe that can just chew through stuff like this so quick, though. Otherwise, we'd be here for a while. Why did that suddenly get lighter? Like, I know I dug... Oh, there's glow like in there. That's why. I got real concerned that something was happening. There's more of the sparkly green stuff. Also, can't help but notice there ain't a single little bit of coal to be found anywhere down here. That was almost really bad. Like, I don't think I need to tell y'all that my heart dropped when I fell off the back of there because I didn't realize there was a hole. Like, just like my body did, my heart dropped. Like, oh, well, that's gonna be another death, but it wasn't. Everything's fine. Fine enough, anyway. Oh. At a glance, this looked like a farm. It's actually a mineshaft bit. You know what? That works. Because I can use the wood to cook the iron. That box is sadly empty, but that's okay. Server's definitely having a little bit of a time. Server's just having a bit of a rough go in general today. I don't know when it was last rebooted, admittedly. Since that's not really my responsibility this time around. No, not up there, down there. I think that'll be enough fuel to cook all that out. Oh, I completed quests? What quests did I complete? Oh, right, the one of all the base vegetables. I completely forgot that was even a quest. Now we're doing this dance again, huh? Yeah, thanks to the combat overhaul Voila put in here, these mobs are not really an issue. I don't have to worry about the whole wait for the next swing issue. Oh, that was an hour ago. I completely missed that. Looks like Pazzy may be having yet more technical issues, and I don't know how. Like, I genuinely don't know what deity he has offended to keep having these problems. Like, I thought I was cursed, but apparently I'm one of the lucky ones, at least with this server. Oh, of course, I did all of this and there was coal right in the ceiling over here. You know, maybe I should just not say things like I'm the lucky one, huh? Because then I just immediately swallow my own foot. This is what I get for ever pretending like I know what I'm talking about. The universe just immediately goes, And I obviously am thinking better of the whole making one bucket thing. We went all this way. I'm not coming home with just one bucket worth of lava. We're coming back with more than that. We're ideally coming back with as much lava as I can get my grubby hands on, so we can finish cooking up anything I would need to. Trying to do tech support on the side while I'm doing this, because I don't know what's caused his issue, and I can't really promise to solve it, but I'm telling him the best troubleshooting options I can and hoping for the best. So, in case any of you have experienced the problem that he's talking about, any of y'all that have used CurseForge, have you had it just not open? Because that's what's happening to Pazzy right now, is it just won't launch. He's saying that he tells it to open and then it just kind of doesn't do anything. Which, I know that's not great information to work off of, but that's all I got to, so. If any of y'all have insight on that one, by all means, I'm open to suggestions. Since I already gave him the basic idea of like, hey, check to make sure the process isn't stuck, try running it as admin in case something's blocking it because you did something weird with how your permissions are set or something. And that's about all the ideas I have off the top of my head right now. Yeah, 4 buckets should last me a good long while. That should be sufficient. And I'll leave the crafting table and the furnace down here for anyone else who ends up needing it. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I'm gonna find 4 buckets worth of lava. Conveniently enough. Because, like, this is probably gonna be just the 1 bucket of lava in and of itself, for example. Oh, that's water. No, 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 no. Don't want that. Don't want to destroy my lava. As of course, if I can actually get at the source block without setting myself on fire. There we go. It's a real shame that this entire lava flow just originates from that 1 bucket spot, though. All of that just end up still getting only 1 bucket. You might think that there's additional source blocks in there, but that's just because lava takes that long to go away in Minecraft. Especially on a server. Because you have to add server latency on top of the normal decay rate. So while that sorts its existence out, maybe we should poke our head in here. See if there's anything good to snag. Just gotta be careful. I really had immediate concerns that was gonna be a cave spider and it was gonna poison me. Oh, this turns out to be... Oh, no, there we go. I was about to say, turns out this is gonna be slightly bupkis anyway. You know what? Maybe it is just completely bupkis regardless. There's fucking nothing. Anything this way, aside from a spider web and things that will upset me? Huh. Well, that went well. Appreciate the info there, Morg. That more or less lines up with what I was already nudging him towards. He had been able to run it before, so it's not a connection issue, most likely, because his firewall hasn't changed since the last session. Ditto with any antivirus type deals. That's why I was kind of pointing towards the actual process itself being stuck. It could be Overwolf being the issue. That is certainly possible. Depends on whether he's using the standalone or the Overwolf version. I think he's using the Overwolf version, but I don't know that entirely. Of course, he's asking all kinds of questions that I can't readily answer while I'm also doing other things. I think this is still the same bit of lava, so I can't grab more off of that. It's just still going. The joys of being tech support. So this is also why you boot things up before you start your stream. Just as a little, like, heads up to any streamers out there. Boot your things up and make sure they work before you start your stream. Don't get committed to a situation like this. Yeah, I figured you'd understand, as I knew that you had ended up in that boat as well. It definitely makes me glad that I didn't follow through on actually finishing schooling in that regard, because if I was doing this as my actual job, as far as the tech support side goes, I probably would have gone mad by now. Well, hopefully you end up with a job that isn't as bad as some of them end up being. Because sometimes you'll get a real good gig and you don't really have to work that hard. And then other times you work with a bunch of clowns who don't even understand how to turn a machine on to begin with, and you just have constant pain and aggravation dealing with them. Ah, the necromancer's aware of my presence. That's why I heard weird noises. Just go ahead and get rid of him before he causes any issues. Oh, there's a lot of explosives here. Yeah, fingers crossed that you don't, but that is unfortunately a concerningly high amount of people in this world still that don't even understand basic concepts like that sufficiently. And I can't even say that it's all older people either, because there's plenty of people younger than me that don't even understand basic concepts like that. Which continues to cause my soul pain. There's some more basalt. Oh, that is Skulk, okay. As you should in a situation like that. Because that's just not okay. Okay, yeah, I am in the very, like, outer edges of the deep dark here. Let's not be here. Being here is a silly idea. We are not up to the task of dealing with that yet. Well, correction, I could, but I really don't want to. I would sidestep and go into Discord with Pazzy to help him more. But as you might imagine, I kind of have my hands a little too full to juggle all of that around right now. And again, I don't entirely understand what his problem is to begin with, so even if I joined him, I don't know if I could actually solve his problem. Server's definitely struggling a little bit, though. Yeah, I thought I heard this. Oh, the joys of a decent sword and some good armor. No. No magic for you. I really do need to get out of here. Oh good, he landed in the dripstone and died. Good. Got a bit of osmium that we can't use. We got that, which we also can't use. Oh boy. This could be okay. This could be a really bad idea. Especially with this happening. Yeah. Well, everybody's falling off cliffs now. I really don't have anything else to offer him on that one. He's not seeing any processes that are stuck, which would usually be the cause of something not booting. So I don't know. His CurseForge isn't that complicated a program, so it's not like it would be a resource issue. The only thing I could say is maybe there's something interfering, but hopefully when he reboots his system it starts working again. That's the only thing I could offer him, was just the classic turn it off again and hope for the best. Because this is not really a great time to sit down and stare at all of the things that are going on in his machine to try to translate out what the issue is. Especially since I can't put my own hands on it to parse it more efficiently. Is no matter how reasonably intelligent someone is, it's always much more frustrating troubleshooting a problem remotely than it ever will be to troubleshoot it in person, when you can actually hand dig through and check everything at your own process. It's like, even if somebody follows perfect instructions, it just ends up having so many extra moving parts it doesn't need to, for lack of a better way of explaining it. But maybe that's also just a me thing to a certain degree too. So I've heard many other people who do tech support have the exact same statement, so I don't know. Maybe there's variables on that, maybe there isn't. Though God, can it be frustrating when you give somebody instructions and then they come back and say, oh, it didn't work. Well, did you actually follow the instructions? No. But then why are we having this conversation? Why did you ask for help that you then didn't listen to? Aha! That's why I stayed more to the interior. Had a bad feeling I was gonna have somebody try to shoot me off the damn thing. We'll just use this to get out of here. Oh good, it actually is gonna drop me off in town. Oh, we actually came like proper full circle. Well, we only got the one bucket of lava out of that adventure, but still more lava than I had, so I'll take it. Now, bad class is kind of your own choice if they're talking about the class they chose at the start. Not that I don't understand, because I've definitely questioned my choice of rogue a few times. A wizard or an archer may have ended up being more effective and a little more interesting. But this speed is hard to argue with. It really is. Toss that his way because I have a theory on his issue, but depends on whether he actually catches that message in time or if I even sent it in time. Is the crux of the theory is I wonder if there's like a conflict that's causing CurseForge to not load. Like some other program is interfering with how it loads that he happens to have running because of streaming, etc. and all that. Is there are plenty of programs that interact poorly with each other in unexpected ways. So that easily could be the case. Is something as simple as like load order or such like that might be why it worked for everyone else and he's having this issue now. Certainly ends up being the case in modded play in other respects. Thanks with other systems, so. It's a little bit of a half-assed thought, but it's about the only thing I got. And it's too late. He has already booted everything back up. Well, never mind. Well, if it still doesn't work, that's a him problem. There's only so much I can help. And that may sound harsh, but at the same time, there's genuinely just only so much one can do. Doing a bit of sorting here so I can actually fit more of the things away here. Because at this point I have to, or I'm gonna just end up making more chests, which, making more chests, by the way. Because even if I sort that, we're still gonna have an inventory problem. God damn you. Now, give. Give. There we go. Plus the rest of that in there for now. Only came back with one goddamn bucket. Sad. Sad days. Very, very sad days. He's up and running, so that's the important part. We got more lava though, so now I can do what I was going to do before and demonstrate how rose gold is beneficial. Go ahead and just chuck like 3 of those in there and 3 of those in there for the moment. We don't have a ton of lava, but it'll still be enough to do enough of this to show what I mean. Now, it won't be as strong as iron, but it has different benefits. And you might be wondering, well, why don't you just make steel? I can't. Steel is not an option. Unless this works very differently than the last time I was dealing with this did, which it shouldn't. I could make slime steel. I think I do have the resources for that, potentially. Yeah, because this is just sky slime, iron, and seared stone, so that's technically doable. But actual steel... You'll notice you can't actually get a recipe for alloying that. That's because steel is different. People are realizing that they have less hearts, probably because of decisions they made. Because there's a lot of ways to end up with reduced hearts in this pack. But yeah, now the most important thing about this rose gold stuff here is not in its armor value, it's not in its inherent durability or anything, because it really doesn't have any of those. But if I slap my chest plate in here, keep an eye over here. Notice how I lose some of my projectile resistance, but I gain another upgrade slot. That's the advantage of rose gold, is you end up with more or less the same values on the whole, but you gain an extra upgrade slot. So if you're looking to get a lot of upgrades in, rose gold's great for that. And it works on most anything you can make out of rose gold, as far as I'm aware. And you know, it also changes up your coloration a little bit. If you want to look a little pink, you have that option. I'm actually going to throw it on the boots in particular, because I believe the thing I want the most upgrade slots for is my boots, because I think that's where I think that's the type of upgrades that I want most. Because I'm going to give you all a peek behind the curtain into what's available in this for a moment, to explain why I'm doing this. Oh yeah, those are example helmets, I think. Yeah, these are skulls as well, just ignore those. Where's the upgrade section? There we go. Because you've got things like plowing, which is not what I'm looking for, but that goes on boots. Neutralizes all fall damage. Definitely want that. Move faster in well-lit areas. I might want that, I might not. High jump would be nice, because if you have high jump and no fall damage, you can get around so nicely. You obviously wouldn't want feather falling and no fall damage, because what's the point to that? That doesn't combine in a useful manner. Leaving a fire trail is fun, but I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, there we go. There's just the flat speed bonus one. That's the other one I was thinking of, I think. You need a bunch of redstone. Oh, that goes on legs, not shoes? Oh, well, I might have just been screwing up this entire plan to begin with. I made assumptions. Look at me go, making assumptions and being foolish. Yeah, this goes on your shoes. You need wool, pistons, and sky slime. Oh, but that's an ability slot, not an upgrade, so I might be just talking out of my ass the entire way anyway. I don't know if things changed or if I just made bad assumptions. What? What do you mean rip server? There is some oddities going on. I don't know if it's necessarily a memory leak specifically, but there's definitely something up. Yeah, I don't have enough feathers to make feather falling. Right, I think this is where... Yeah, I think this is where I went wrong, is I looked at this one and then just kind of extrapolated from there incorrectly, as you might imagine. I don't really want Pazzy to have only just now gotten in and then have to get back out again for a server reboot, etc. That's kind of why I'm like, That's more or less what I would go with on that logic to begin with. I can't say that it's an OBS update issue because I didn't even update it recently, but it's definitely been acting up a little extra as far as sources go in the past couple days. That's obviously not like meaningful or significant information because OBS will be OBS, but it is still something I've noticed. But I also was dealing with a lot of demos and such, so it easily could have been any of those that were the actual cause of those issues. I should have grabbed that tin when I saw it, because I could have started making bronze. Bronze would have been good to have. Because I didn't grab any tin, did I? I think I ignored it because it was going to be attached to mods that I didn't have access to. Oh no, I have a piece of tin, so I can make a little bit of bronze. So I can teach about that as well while we're here. Because bronze also... A lot of people probably already understand the value of bronze as a material, but just so you all get to see the Tinker's construct specific values for it. And I might like convert my sword over to that. I don't remember if that would actually be better or not. I feel like iron is still better. Because realistically, I think it should be, but it may have a beneficial value that I'm forgetting about. If I can peek so I don't waste the material. Bronze has splitting, spilling. Yep, so this is purely made out of bronze. So a few of these are specific to that item, so let me find something more normal. Bronze sword, there we go. Maintained 3. No, I don't think that that's particularly beneficial. It would make the sword slightly stronger, but that might also partially be because of the wooden tool handle reducing the values, and the slime wood also reduces attack damage, so I think they'd be basically the same. I could, however, make a bronze handle, and that might be good. But for increasing its durability, like make a rose gold and a bronze handle, maybe? I don't know. I dislike how there's nuggets of tin left in there. That upsets me greatly. But with all of that done, where do I want to go from here? Because Embers, I just need the Ancient Motive Core, which I do have, so I could actually activate Embers right now. Create needs Andesite. That needs Heptazine too, so I need to go to the Nether. Backpacks need 16 chests. That needs 8 barrels and 8 chests. I really should just upgrade my storage. I think if I just... I mean, it says balm wood, but it shows regular chests too. So let's just make a ton of chests right quick. Let's see if I can make something happen here about my storage woes. I need more chests than that. Come on, server. That was upsetting. I will say, I think part of the server struggle is, you know, the amount of people in here. Speaking of people coming in, hey there, Crimson, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good time, and welcome in everybody to us just tinkering around with a Minecraft mod pack made by Voila, who you see in the title there. Ordinarily, there'd be a bunch of people talking in my head right now, but we've kind of just run off to do our own things for the moment. At least for the time being, and a chunk of the people are otherwise occupied today. There she is. Ah, nice. Hope you've been still having a good time with that. I know you've been working away at that series for a little bit now. And yeah, so far so good. Little tired is basically my life, but other than that, everything's great. This is gonna take a second now. There we go. I now have access to sophisticated chests. If I make barrels, I can also get storage drawers, but sophisticated chests will work for the moment. Because what we can do now is upgrade our chests. Okay. I mean, that's still progress. Any progress is good progress. Yeah, if I gain storage drawers, I'd be able to make these, but Honestly, I find storage drawers be kind of fiddly. They're great if you really want to compartmentalize your storage out, but I have no need to go that crazy with my storage. What I can do with sophisticated chests, though, is as soon as I remember how to do this correctly, I believe it's as simple as just do this. Nope. Oh wait, no, that's iron chests, not sophisticated chests. There's probably a quest line for sophisticated chests, knowing how Voila set this up. Yeah, storage options. Oh, it's this one. Okay. No, I do remember how this works correctly. Yeah, I need redstone torches for the sophisticated chests. There are so many different mods that do similar things at this point with how long Minecraft has been moddable and has been out that it gets tricky at times. To know one from the other. So let's work on enhancing these chests. There we go, there's our sophisticated chests. And then we upgrade them to copper, which is what I was trying to do there. But I need to do copper first. I need the iron also to make these upgrade bases. If at any point what I'm doing makes no sense, feel free to ask questions if you are so inclined to learn things. So I'm just kind of flying through the motions at speed in order to get these things moving along. Okay, I didn't need to make a lot of them, just the one. Do I actually have any copper cooked? Or is all my copper in my pocket in raw form? I'm pretty sure I was waiting to cook it in the smeltery, but I'm gonna cook some of it just basic because we just keep getting stymied by lava. So we'll just go ahead and cook some of that as is and worry about efficiency later. There we go. This way all of them are sophisticated chests. You can color them, make them look nice. You can upgrade them to be better. There's also this stuff with storage controllers and such that I don't fully understand that we'll get to eventually. For right now, it's the whole point is making big enough chests that I can store all of the excessive amounts of nonsense I'm picking up. And while we're waiting, the storage upgrades allow you to like do compression, increase stack size. I don't know why you'd want to divide the amount that stacks, but I'm assuming for certain purposes there would be a use for it. You can also put a crafting table inside like a backpack. There's a lot. That's the end point of that statement, is there's a lot of benefits to having the advanced chests available to you. We also really should unlock sophisticated backpacks, because that will eliminate a lot of my carrying capacity woes. But I would need to make even more chests to do that. And I think I'm running a little shy on wood to do that, so we won't worry about that right now. While we're waiting for that to cook, let me make a better axe blade. Because I think I completely blanked on doing that. I guess I could make my axe out of bronze, but no, because then I would need more bronze to keep repairing it. You don't want to make something out of a material you don't have a lot of that you would end up needing to fix often, or you will probably go a little crazy. Since this was a mix of stone and iron, we can now just turn it into a full proper iron mattock and rip through trees a bit quicker. But for your first example of what I'm talking about with the chests, take a look at the size of a double chest now. Copper chest, same size, more or less. Because this is 5 rows of 4, 9, and that is 6 rows of 9. So 1 less row, but it only takes up 1 space instead of 2. And as you upgrade them further, obviously it's going to get better. We don't get any rewards for these, though. And this one is do the same thing, but with iron. You can take the copper one and upgrade it, or go straight from the original up to iron. Which is what I was originally going to do, but it was being disagreeable about that at first. Because I didn't remember that I had to make it a specific type of chest first. You know, I feel like it being a dragon should be indicative enough that those should be treated with caution, but maybe that's just me. Yeah, see? More space. It basically added 1 more row by making it iron, but it has 2 upgrade slots instead of 1. And when you combine them, you have so much storage that you actually have to have a scroll bar for it. So yeah, storage woes are more or less under control with this in play. I don't 100% know about that okay there, Voila, but yes, we'll play it by ear. I'm gonna upgrade it this way to save on some of the iron. There we go. By having 2 of these double iron chests, that'll take care of all of my issues for the moment. Is it ideal? No. But it'll solve the problem for the time being until I can put a better solution. Yeah, I'm not trying to use the Explorer's Warp Scroll. I'm trying to put it away. But this way y'all get to see just exactly just how much of a difference this storage improvements make. Like, this is taking up the contents of multiple double chests, and it still has space left in it. Now, the problem is, we're gonna run into the same issue of being able to find things, but at least I only have to sift through 1 chest or 2 chests instead of sifting through, like, 6 of them. Oh, they're trying to go for a damage bonus. That's why that's the question. Okay, that makes more sense than the alternative. This also makes sorting easier because you just have to sort it to 2 places instead of trying to sort it to more than that. Obviously, the double chests are going to stay there for the moment, because otherwise these chests are going to be awkwardly floating, and I don't really care for that idea. Make sure anything that can stack will stack. And then put the rest of it over here. Again, still going to be upsetting to anyone who wants this to look cleaner and better sorted, but it'll at least be easier to work with for the time being. Yeah, all of that storage just fit into those 2 chests. That's the power of sophisticated chests. Which actually, how many people are on now? Jesus. We have 4, 8, 10 people online right now on this server. You can see how many people are normally in and out at all, which is like 3 times that amount. We've definitely had more people than this on at one time before, but with the way the server's been acting, that may push its luck a little bit. But if Voila said it's fine, I'm going to bow to her understanding of how the server she set up works. even if I am nervous a little bit. Grab this block of gold and some of this gold. Do what? No, don't keep fiddling with it. No, stop. If you keep fiddling with it, you're gonna do only that till God knows when. I was about to start upgrading the chests again, and I'm like, no. You just set all this up. Don't upgrade it again and have to pick it all up again. Just don't do it right now. It's okay. Smeltery's a mess. I guess it's time to go run off into the distance again. Let me not forget my buckets this time. This way I don't have to make more buckets. Did I leave a boat down there, or did I pick it up with me? I think I picked it up. Yeah, there's no boat down there. Because we are going to go for a sailing trip off to the damaged nether portal that I mentioned before. Did I put a boat away in storage somewhere? Yep, there it is. I may very well even keep those smaller chests for things that I know I'll need less of, and like put like blocks and ores in those iron chests going forward, because I'm gonna have a lot of different ores and a lot of different blocks of varying kinds that'll all start steadily taking up more and more space. Part of me is curious to see if I can actually take the hippocampuses now and see what they drop, but they're also just kind of chill, so there's not really a reason to bother with them necessarily. Just kind of extra a busy work for myself somewhat. I know I'm on the right track, but where exactly was it again? It's over here. See this? This is how you can tell there's another portal bit there, because that whole area is netherrack over or in that area. Oop. Ow, that's irrelevant to the current discussion. Well, that's good news, at least. Someone else was having a rather significant technical issue, but they seem to be in good order now. Which is always good to see. You don't want your friends having problems. Especially not problems you can't help them with. Which, speaking of problems and fixing problems, I did some more pondering on the Monster Hunter Wilds situation, and while I'm continuously being tempted to pick it up, I'm not gonna pull the trigger on that quite yet. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer, see if it gets an optimization patch or two quickly or not. I will say it is more than likely gonna be an invariable I will pick it up. I just may delay that a bit, so it won't end up being like Monday's stream or anything. Especially considering there's a decent chance I won't be streaming it at all because of the fact that it has a bit of a hog of resources a little bit at issue. Looks like Pazzy isn't home. There we go. Because we would see a white dot around here if he was home. I wanted to swing by and check on him and see if he was around or not. Touch base about the issue he was having getting in. Since obviously, you know, he's in now, and he seems to be fine, but I wanted to make sure. I had no intention of, like, actively chasing necessarily. Yeah, one of these portals should be a real good source of lava, because I believe most of the lava in one of those is source blocks. I really miss my boosted speed from the shoes I used to have. I really need to sit down and actually get the speed upgrade we were looking at. But that's gonna be a lot of redstone to get. There's a fox. As it turns out, what they say is nothing. Aside from screaming at you occasionally. Low speed, Ray. You stay where you are, I'll keep going, and you get to live. You follow me around too much, and you won't get to live anymore. Yep, looks like somebody cleaned this out already. Because I'm pretty sure there used to be lava here. And considering there's also, like, one block of obsidian left, this is why this wasn't my first priority choice. Is it was an obvious spot, so the odds of it retaining its resources was unlikely. You trade man, what do you have? Nothing I'm that excited about. Well, that puts us back to square one. This is a safe enough spot, it's daytime. So I'm pretty sure I'd seen another nether portal somewhere. That's a tree, I think. Did it with that one. Because there are some, like, bright red trees that exist. Kind of like these. And you can see that they're the same shaping. Looks like there might be lava there, but I don't really want to travel that far if I can help it. I think I might be slightly SOL on that idea, though. Because it is definitely a little bit barren of lava in this world today. Though I do remain relatively convinced that people have been picking it up. Because I remember seeing lava around. But obviously this long from when I had seen it, my memory can obviously be incorrect. Let me grab this sugar cane, because that will be useful to me. I would put the boat down, but really, we're this close. Thanks to the combat mod, sometimes things don't quite work the way they would be expected to. Oh. Things are going well. Sounds like communication is working out perfectly well over there. Oh, I gotta be careful, because if I step into a bad bit of snow, I'm just gonna sink through and potentially have an awful time. Oh, speaking of potentially having an awful time, this seems like a great idea. Ow, my legs. You know, I don't see lava down there. Don't know if I really should push my luck like that. But at the same time, nothing's gained if I never take a risk, right? Where'd that plant that I just saw go? So wasn't it just like right over here? Weird. Let's go back here and see if I see it again. No, it's not there anymore. Was I seeing things? Am I going crazy? Crazier? The world may never know. You may just be witnessing my slow descent into madness as we speak. Would not be the first time, really. Just sometimes they're faster than others. But I came back up because we're gonna do things the sensible way here this time. And something I should have done a while ago, which is grab a bucket of water so that if I really am very concerned about falling to my death, I can just place water to prevent fall death. That's not to say that that's going to ever save me in a pinch, but I at the very least can like hedge my bets ahead of time. I'm usually not one to do this because it feels a little weird. And it's a slow way of doing things sometimes, but in a situation like this, I feel like this might be my only method for checking down there in a sensible way. I'm just gonna give it a second because since the server has been struggling a little bit, the water, it might get down there slower than I would. And I'd rather not fall to my death following a waterfall. There we go, it should be far enough ahead of me, we should be good. Oh yeah, watch out for the current, by the way. It will try to kill you when you're using a water elevator. But thankfully, since water kind of goes incredibly far distances, you can just kind of just use it as an elevator. And it does a great job. And we found lava immediately. There we go. Now we just wait for this lava to get out of the way, and then we'll check a little further down to see if there's any more to be had. I don't really want to get too nosy down here because, well, I would like to be able to find my way back out. As you might imagine, that will steadily get more and more difficult the further down I go. Deep slate's also a not have bad looking material, though I may use this for something. So many aesthetic ideas that are probably A, never going to come to fruition at all, B, not going to come to fruition for a long time. You know, I wondered when the chest started rotating. Get out of here, you crop hunt bastard. Oh, that's helpful. I certainly could use the extra health. Hey, look, I have actual Minecraft health again, instead of terrible health. Yeah, it's just bones. I'm not interested in that. I don't mind grabbing the smoker. I don't have one of those yet. And those are vaguely useful. I will say I'm now significantly less scared of falling to my death. I am still very concerned about the idea in general, but I'm less scared of it now because I'm more likely to survive a fall with more than 6 hearts. But remember, he who dares wins. You have to take risks, otherwise nothing happens. And I say that as an incredibly risk-averse person, both in a lot of games and in life. But it is just the reality of the situation. You have to take risks at some point in your life, or you're just gonna stay stagnant for eternity. There's some of that deep slate, a diamond we were looking for. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to pick it up in the correct form. Oh, no, it worked anyway. Turns out you just had to mine the deep slate diamond. So that sorts that out, and we have a lot of diamond to work with. Which is great to a point. I can slot that into my armor, though, and make the armor better, which will be great. There's more of the redstone that we need. Remember, though, we need multiple blocks of redstone to make the haste bonus that I'm looking for. So, don't get too excited yet. There's definitely lava nearby. You can see it on the map. But it's above, it looks like. So I should be real careful about how I approach it. Is it above? What level is that lava on? This level right here. Or... Eh? Eh? Why is it blinking in and out of existence? Huh. That's also a lava lake, though. This might be a really bad idea. Don't try this at home, kids. What I'm doing is a very bad idea. Only do this if you are a trained professional at running for your life when you make a stupid mistake. I have had long years of practice running from my mistakes. I don't like that it disappeared off the map again. Like, maybe it's just me, but I feel like lakes shouldn't appear and disappear. They should stay somewhere. Though, isn't there like a folklore lake that just like appears and disappears? Isn't that a thing? I forget what folklore set it is, but I feel like that is in fact a thing that exists. Like, it's debatable whether it's a real thing that exists, but you get my point. I think I'm above the lava. Right? It's one of those things that it just makes sense. It really sounds like a folklore thing, but it may have been, like, made for other fiction and only exists in that fiction, not actually in, like, a real-world folklore situation. Like, obviously there's oases in deserts. That might be in the same line of what I'm thinking about. But not that. Like, a legitimate, like, actual, like, full-size lake somewhere that just kind of moves. Okay, it's staying stably on the map again, so maybe I'm going the right way. This is such a bad idea, though. Like, neither approach to this lava is a good idea. Either approaching it from above or below. Because all it would take is one bad bit of lag and suddenly, boop, into the lava I go. And then it's just over. Oh, there's deep slate nickel here. I don't really need it because I can't use it yet, but I guess I'll grab it since I have to cut through it. Bright side, we're finding a lot of redstone. And there may or may not be an internal clench that's happening every time the area lights up because of the redstone. It's like, oh god, I found the lava. Ah! This goes off in my brain every time. It's just internalized, so it's like, no. It's not actually happening, don't panic. But the alarm bell just still triggers every time. How far down is this lava? Am I chasing lava that doesn't exist? I see. That's a problem. 'Cause I definitely don't want to go toying around with the skulk. As we discussed before, the deep dark is not where I wish to be right now. But unless the deep dark is like flooded with lava in this section of it, then the lava might actually be above me. What level am I at? 47. Oh, there's a dungeon nearby, apparently. Oh, I'm at negative 47, though. That's at positive 47. Yeah, see, there's the lava there. Looking like a man with wiggly arms, as we've seen. Now, if I go down further into the negatives, it's still there. If I go up, it's also still there. But that seems incorrect. There's a, like, massive lava lake over there, though. Maybe I should just go back that way. Instead of trying to chase my phantom lava man. There we go. Undo it being manual cave mode, so it should update as we move around again. Oh, it's a bat. I was like, there's something fast moving around here, too. But it's just the bat that we saw before, of which there are plenty. Yeah, this is why some people outlaw the use of these kind of maps, because you really can get so much information. There we go. There's what we need. There's what we like best. There's where I'm going to die. And if you think I'm joking, no. The odds of me dying down here are now exponentially higher. Because all I need to do is take one bad swan dive into the lava and it's so over. Because I have no fire protection to speak of. But obviously I'm going to go down there and get closer to it. Because I need to go get it, so, you know. Okay, we got all our buckets full now. Now get the bucket off the hotbar before bad things happen with the lava bucket. Oh yeah, there's a section of deep dark over there too, huh? Love that for me. Let's go grab the obsidian that's over there, because it's not in immediate contact with death as much as the obsidian that's over by where we are currently. And then we'll head up and out of here. Oh boy. You see nothing? I'm not real. You see nothing? I'm not here. Oh, that's blackstone, not obsidian, huh? Oh, you all collectively noticed me, huh? You know, being a streamer, you kind of want to be noticed, but not like this. This is not the kind of attention you want. Rude. You know, I think when people talk about picturing being in the room with their audience and using that as a way to tell themselves that they have a decent-sized audience, I don't think this is what they meant. I'm pretty sure the average streamer does not picture their audience coming to murder them. Plus or minus legitimate fears on that line of thinking, but that's neither here nor there. Well, this is a problem. Yeah, exactly. I've definitely seen times where that could be an actual concept. Get a load of that guy on the right there. Not this guy, the one behind him. The one with the tusks. I don't know what his deal is, but I don't know if I want to deal with him. I feel like that's something I leave alone. Because he's the kind of guy that will clobber me with that axe and I'll be sad. Oh. Fucking hell. The area reloaded and I got real nervous. This is why it's not generally a great idea to be walking the razor's edge of disaster. Now, you know what? There's water here. We should be fine. It's just gonna be slow going, mining this out. Game? Thank you. No, it's just a zombie. Hey, you know what? How about you demonstrate to the audience why being near lava is a bad idea? See, that could be me. At any given moment, that could be me. Except he didn't do a thumbs up. After I grab this obsidian, I see a notification I should check. Come on. Pop the obsidian. Come on. Come on. Oh, okay, not relevant. And you might have heard that bat in the distance die. That's because it flew into the lava flows that are in the air. They know enough not to hit the ground lava, but sometimes they touch the side of like one of the vertical streams of lava and they just melt. It's really sad. I really should actually grab extra obsidian because there is benefit to using obsidian with tinkers as well. And unfortunately, we can't really generate obsidian necessarily. Because for those that don't Minecraft, how obsidian generation with water works is it has to hit a source block of obsidian, that basically a block of lava that's not moving, in order to make obsidian. So you would need a way to make more lava to replace the lava that's destroyed, as far as I'm aware at the very least. Like, obviously the situation with that could have changed. There may be ways to do that even in vanilla now that I don't understand, but that was the logic I was always told with that idea. Like, obviously making cobblestone with lava and water, that's easy, because moving lava turns into cobblestone. So you just have the two forces collide and you make infinite cobblestone. But unfortunately, that doesn't quite work with the stationary version. You would need something to be placing lava there. Which, obviously, with things like create and such, I'm sure there's ways to do that. We just don't have access to any of that level of fancy nonsense yet. I broke this. Why is it still here? The lag is definitely getting worse. I only need like 10 obsidian, I think, is the bare minimum. So I think it's 3 across. No, it's 4 across on the top. Like 3 high. And you can actually cut the corners on that, so it would actually, I think, be 9 at the minimum. Because it has to be 3 high, 3... Because it has to be 2 wide in the middle, so it would end up being 4 across with the corners. I think. I do know what I'm talking about, but whether I'm saying the right numbers at all is a whole other animal. Let's just go with that. Because otherwise I'm going to keep wandering back and forth with my thought process and never make any sense. As much as I enjoy the honey I have here, like the entire bit of tea that's left at the bottom there is like 99.9% honey. And not enough anything else to balance with it. I definitely did not stir that well enough, and I think with how long the cup's been sitting here at this point, it's settled a bit too, which doesn't help. Let's get out of here before anything bad happens. We've got what we came for. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It was tasty at one point, now not as much. Now it tastes like misfortune. But I still have plenty of water on the side here, so it'll be fine. I have plenty to drink, it just won't be tea anymore. You know... Wait, there's how we got down, I think. See light up there. At the very least, even if this isn't how we got down initially, this is how I'm getting back up to. Sonically charged shriek. I think that's down in the... I think they went in the deep dark. I don't actually know if that's the death message for... Oh, nope, there it is. That is what I thought. Won't finish that thought. That's getting a little too long in the tooth. Do I want to grab some granite? No. I could throw away the dripstone and grab some of it, but I'm already planning on replacing what I was originally going to use granite for with other material anyway. Go ahead and snag some more iron on the way out, though. Oh, look at you wearing a full suit of armor. Aren't you a cool guy? Not cool enough, though. I don't have a slot for copper, but I probably should grab some copper because we are low on copper, relatively speaking. Makes me sad to throw away gunpowder, but gunpowder will be easy to come by because we can just get creepers on the surface and get copper and get gunpowder that way. Not that copper is uncommon in any way, shape, or form either. So speaking of, grab this tin as well. Don't know why some tin is okay and some tin isn't. Oh. Huh. Oh, this is a lot of water, actually. You know what? This might actually work out in my favor. It's a real good thing that I have, like, incredible respiration abilities now, because that would have been terrifying with the breathing we used to have. There's my tin. Remember that time where I nearly drowned in this game, like last session, in fact, I think? I remember. It made me very upset. What? Interesting. I caused this to update. What? There it goes. Ah, there we go. Nice, easy air pocket. It's really nice having good swimming abilities. It makes actually maneuvering in underwater caves and such actually fun instead of terrifying. Admittedly, I've misplaced my boat now because of this, but, you know. Alright, let me turn cave mode off so I can actually see the surface again. Yeah, because I am not actually sure where I went in anymore, if I'm honest. We definitely traveled a ways. I think actually that might be my boat. I think that dot might be my boat over there. Oh wait, no, I have my boat on me. What is that then? And there went in. Yeah, those bots really are spamming much more upsetting messages. And I don't really know why they think that that's going to work for convincing people to buy their product. Because y'all didn't get to read it because it got immediately batted by Saribot. But it really is just saying rude things about the stream that they're trying to sell followers to now. And it's just like, come on now. In what world do you think that's going to encourage people to want to use your service? And it's all from the same website. I mean, yeah, anybody with an interest in being humiliated might go for it, but at the same time, it's just like, come on now. I feel like there's other ways to tap that market that doesn't involve pissing off everyone on else. There's a town here, but I feel like this is a town I found before that had a dragon living near it, so let's go the long way around and avoid that. The important part is we have 4 buckets of lava now, so we have what I require to last for a bit. It's not gonna last forever still, even with that, but it'll be enough to do enough work for the rest of the session, probably. Though I swear the smelter drains lava faster than I remember it doing. But that may also just be the fact that the systems have changed. So maybe just draining at a higher rate in general. I feel like this music's too high energy for the boat ride sections I'm doing. Down in the caves it was perfect for. This is just like an incredibly high energy sailboat right now. Without even a sail, but don't worry about that part. It is good stuff, it's just, I don't know if it 100% fits. Yeah, this is all done by a group that's literally just called Backing Track. And it's all fully free to use and everything. This is just one specific album off of, I think, like 12 they have available, something like that. And there is some rather significant variation between some of them. I think that's the dog one? Yeah, tame an animal. Oh, a hamlet. Oh, right, because there's like piglin towns in the nether. Right, right. Because, you know, of course they'd call it a hamlet. Haha. I swear one of these times I'm gonna crash into one of those floating bone piles and sink my boat. And I'll just be so sad. I did leave the water I moved behind, but honestly, it's water. Look what I have all around me. It's almost like there's water all over the place. Now, if I left the bucket itself behind, that I'd be a bit upset about. You. Oh, just a butterfly. Okay. I was expecting some kind of like magic butterfly because it was so big. Oh no, just butterfly. I think these are the blocks I used to climb up to there before. Oh, that is a sky slime island, actually. I should grab some more sky slime while I'm here. No, this is... It said it was sky slime dirt, but... Well, this is not the slime I'm looking for. Yeah, see, it's sky slime dirt, but it's not actually a sky slime island. It's weird. Let's grab a bit of the dirt, though. Because I believe there's something I can do with that. With regards to automating slime. Hack. Sir, that was rude. You broke my helmet. Now my respiration is gone. And now your life is gone. And I will crush all the smaller versions of you to make a point. You cannot escape the angry boatman. The fact that you can attack while in the boat is ridiculous, if I'm honest. Rotten flesh doesn't need to be here. Only got one of the slime balls, but that's fine. Regular slime doesn't have that much interest to me at the moment. Well, guess I'm making an actual helmet now. I kept the leather helmet because of the fact that it was giving me that respiration boost. But with that gone, I guess I have no reason to keep on with that idea. And I'm now going to be a lot less interested in swimming again. I may very well avoid working further on the tower until I have the fall damage protection. Just because it would be a real tragedy to die by just falling off the side of my own tower while I'm building it. It'd be funny, but it would still be a tragedy. Go put the lava in so these buckets will stack again. Oh yeah, be very careful putting this lava in, by the way, because if you shift click with it, it won't place inside the container. And be careful with odd amounts like this with the 3700, because it may very well not fit in and spill out. So I'm just gonna put it up there instead. Is it still... Oh no, those aren't combined. Those should be combined. Oh wait, no, that is combined. That is correct. In fact, can I stack this up here and actually have it work now? Or are you going to continue to be a pain in my butt? Oh, never mind. It actually properly put the lava in. Never mind. That works perfectly fine. Because that, at the end of the day, that's all I wanted out of it, was the lava being where it belongs. Okay, so that's all done. The smeltery is now much more functional, because I don't have to worry about running out of fuel immediately. We have a lot of redstone, so let's see about doing what I can with that. See how many blocks I can make with this. The answer is 14. 14's a good amount, not gonna lie. It is a good and useful amount. We can also get our random reward from here, which is more faucets, hooray. Another blood moon. I saw red text, so I wanted to check that. Let's go ahead and go this way underground and put the nether portal room over here. I don't really want to have a surface nether portal because I'd like to be able to seal my nether portals off. Because, you don't want things wandering through them. Also, very convenient giant coal vein here. Well, I say convenient, but there is a slight aggravation to it in that it's going to mess up the layout I was trying to do in here, but that's fine. I also don't need to grab all of it right now. Oh, I did put the obsidian away too, but we'll fix that in a second. I know where it is, so it's not like I need to work too hard to get a hold of it. I think I'll make this just a bit wider, and then it should work perfectly fine for what I'm intending to do. Because there's not anything too special I'm doing with this room, just making it big enough to fit the portal in, and then putting the portal in. And at the moment, I may pretty it up in the future, but for the time being, it's just a fit-for-purpose room. That's off to one side, so it's not likely to have me just accidentally bumble into my own portal because I'm not paying attention where I'm going. Oh good, somebody found a cave troll, I guess. Good for them. And by good for them, I mean they might die. Understandable, Crimson. You have a good night, and thank you again for bringing your community over. Appreciate you always. Yeah. Let's see if I did basic mathematics correctly here or not. Yeah, because I actually did mess up my math a lot, but not the way you think. Yeah, that'll work. Just needs the corners cut out of it. There we go. Now I just need to make a flint and steel to be able to activate the portal, and we can go to hell. You know, I need to make a helmet. Maybe I should just make a gold helmet. This way the piglins aren't gonna want me dead. I do have an ingot of copper left in there, but there'll be enough gold left over after it turns into rose gold that that'll still work. And it'll just be a matter of, do I want an iron mail under the gold, or do I want to put rose gold under it? I suppose I could have bronze go under it too. We have enough bronze. Bronze might do better for the durability part of it, honestly. That is assuming that it doesn't need to be, like, full gold for the piglins to be okay with it. That is actually something I hadn't considered. I don't know, just as long as it has golden, it says right there, piglins love it, so that should be fine. Yeah, let's put the bronze in there, because I think those two colors will go together decently, actually. We'll see how wrong I am here in a minute. And then I'll actually make that flint and steel and get the portal lit up and everything. Yeah, magic protection maintained, golden. Oh, decreases bad potion time. Yeah, it's not the best looking. The other hat just sticks through it still. Where are my diamonds? Because I'm going to stick a diamond in all of the pieces of armor while I'm at it. Is, you know, 77 durability to 327 durability. Probably worth it. As well as increasing the armor value. There we go, we're fully diamonded out as far as bonuses to our armor goes. We have enough armor that it's overflowing the meter. The only spooky thing is we still don't have any fire protection. So lava is still the end of our adventure, no matter how we look at that. That is still going to be an issue. Five blocks adds haste to something, and 5 blocks adds speedy. %, speed from speedy 1. It looks like I can't add speedy 2. Oh, because I'm out of upgrade slots on that. So if I switch that to have rose gold underneath, that would allow for more speed, but right now it's fine. Some haste on the pickaxe might not be amiss. Because we can get more redstone. This has been a very productive day, all things considered. Which obviously, you know, the productivity of that's been helped by the fact that I've been sticking off on my own instead of getting distracted. Because now and then you need to be at your own pace, in your own peace. Which also reminds me, I probably should make a better shield. Because you can make shields as well. Oh, this shield is pretty nice. What do I want to make a shield core out of? Because the problem is, I can't immediately make a core out of metal. I've actually never figured out how to make a fully metal shield. So I don't think you can. Because if you look, a lot of the plate shields are like started off from wood. Is what you do is you pour the metal onto the core of the shield. And that's what makes the shield into whatever it is. So I think you might just not be able to do that. And I'm not even sure if stone works for a shield core. It doesn't. So I guess it has to be wood. So maybe it won't actually be as much better as I think it will be. But I suppose I can at least make a shield that looks a bit different. Yeah, you know what, sure, let's pour rose gold on my acacia wood shield core. See how that goes. Rose gold plate shield. Block amount 100, block angle 180. Upgrades 3, defense slots 3. Yeah, we lost a little bit of armor value because of switching shields, and we won't apply Temporal Sadness anymore, which still remains one of my favorite status effects I think I've seen in a while. Temporal Sadness is just an incredible concept. But if we can successfully traverse around in the Nether a bit, we can definitely start getting cobalt and things like that going and make so much better gear that we will probably be capable of like taking dragons and such once that's done properly. Arguably, I should probably make a ranged weapon before I go blitzing off into the Nether, now that I think a little more about that, though. Let's make the bow limbs. Oh yeah, I can only make crossbows at the moment. What was stopping me making an anvil? Right, I think I needed to make the anvil out of rose gold, and I didn't have enough lava to make enough rose gold. So let's get that out of the way so I can replace the tinker table. And then we can actually do some other stuff. Just chuck a block of gold in there. That's not going to be like a perfectly even value there, but I'll figure it out. Notice how I went from like nice ratios to just chuck a block in there. It'll be fine. Part of that's because of all the like leftover bits and bobs I have. Okay, there's just a little bit of dead air at the end of this song. I was making sure I hadn't stopped. Okay, we got 7 ingots so far, and the 2 blocks are gonna mix. Because what I need is 3 blocks of rose gold. 2 blocks, 7 ingots. So I need a little bit more gold. I could melt this golden helmet down. Movement speed in lava up 1%. Oh joy. That'll totally save your life if you're dying in a pool of lava. You know, I probably should have grabbed that gold. That was where we were before. Also, golden horse armor, don't need. Just go ahead and melt the gold horse armor down. Once that's all done... how long do I want to keep going? Because we're already at 4 hours, which ain't bad. We're probably going to be in the Nether for a decent bit, though. And I will probably do at least one adventure into the Nether before we stop, so you guys get some more exciting content. Because the caving was somewhat exciting, I hope. And then, obviously, this isn't the most exciting content in the world. But hopefully people are learning a decent bit from watching me do this. Oh yeah, this is all the shield cores, so we could make a bamboo one, which is less speed hindering. Ender clearance, you teleport attackers away. Over slime, which everything that's slime related has. Now Huoto shield core can make things bleed, so that's interesting. And then protection wall on fire. Hello there. Go ahead and chuck some more copper in. So I could have swore I could make like a proper bow, but maybe they removed the... They may have removed the bows because they were like stupid powerful. Because that used to be one of the first main things I would make as a Tinker's Construct item is a bow, because the Tinker's Construct bows were ridiculous. Though the crossbows I know are pretty ballin'. Is they get to some real crazy amounts of power. There we go, 5 blocks of rose gold. That's more than I meant to make, but that's expected. We'll throw an anvil together, we'll see what other options show up, because I'm pretty sure there are tool types that only exist in the anvil, like the excavators and things like that. This is also why you learn to automate your smelteries, so that you aren't doing what I'm doing now, which is standing there and staring at it. And automating these in the simple form is actually not that bad. Yeah, Pezzy's dipping rather early, so I wonder if something's up, but there was something a bit off earlier, but I'll worry about that later. I may prod him about that and check in on that whole situation. He may just also be tired, or because he did work before this. But you gotta look after your people, you know? I just need scorched. Oh, right. I realized the scorched stuff was the issue. Oh, wait, no. I can use seared bricks for the other recipe, which is the one I was going to do. Right. Never mind. Everything's fine. Everything is A-okay. Also want my stone cutter so I can actually start working on some of that for aesthetics. Like, I am forever bouncing around. There we go, Tinker's Anvil. There we go, now we got more tool options. And there's the longbow. That's the one I like. Yeah, see, you've got things like cleavers, excavators, vein hammers, sledgehammers, broadaxes, scythes, all the good stuff. So I just still need to make a string and a bow grip, and then we'll be in business as far as the longbow goes. I probably should make the bow grip out of something a little bit stronger than wood. I think wood will be good to have for part of it, but not for all of it. Did I end up using up all the gold in here? No, there's a couple ingots of gold left. Very good. I'm gonna say this right now. This bow is going to be a bit of a Frankensteinian mess. So, don't expect expect aesthetics with this bow. This bow is going to be sloppy because it's going to be for power, not for looking good. Okay, I can't make a stone bow grip. I'm pretty sure you can still just use the wooden one to make the cast anyway, so it'll be fine. There it is. The bow grip also just is hard to identify. But we'll make a better bow grip. We will throw the bow limb in. Okay. So let's go ahead and throw a bow limb together. Yeah, let's use some of the rose gold, as we have it. We'll see what it looks like as a bow limb. Worst case, we can remelt it, don't forget. That's actually pretty good. Draw speed up is going to be useful, because it'll balance out the draw speed we get from other things, or more accurately, the draw speed down we're probably going to get from some of the things we're going to use here. Yeah, see, the draw speed goes down from the iron limb. The iron limb actually kind of sucks as a bow limb, as you'd expect, but it's got good durability, so we'll use that for now. How many ingots does the bow grip take? 2. Let's actually use up the last 2 bronze ingots. Like I said, this thing's not going to look good. This is like a scrap bow. No, at the moment, but it's going to be useful in that it is going to be decently powerful, at least it should be. It lives! Frankenbow is here! Projectile power 2. Ew. Good durability, though. And it can be repaired using string, it attracts nearby items, and it gets a bonus upgrade. So nothing remarkable about it, really. One thing they did take away is you don't have the ability to make Tinker's Construct arrows. Because that used to be another really ridiculous thing with Tinker's Construct, is you could make repairable stacks of arrows, so you could just keep firing. But we can make a quiver for the bow. Oh, I need slime vines for that, and I don't have those, though. So that's not likely to work out. I need ichor crystals, which are from ichor dirt. I'm assuming ichor dirt probably is in the nether since it's orange. That's just a guess on that one, though. Multi-shot could be fun. Yeah, that's just blaze powder. I kind of figured on that one. Freezing might actually be the better choice, though. Oh, just a bucket of powder snow? Huh. That might not actually be that hard to do. But as you might imagine, we really do need a good bow and arrow to protect ourselves from certain things. Now this is an unfamiliar item, so I wonder if it'll let me do that to make the big stack of arrows. We obviously have a decent amount of arrows already, because I was collecting them for this very reason. Do I even have any feathers? I feel like I don't have any feathers. Yeah, I don't have any feathers. Okay, never mind. Don't need to do that idea at all then. Yeah, 69 arrows should be good enough for the second. Let's get the stonecutter placed, I guess, over here for now, just so I don't keep forgetting to place it. Get our nether portal activated. Ta-da! Let me put the bow limb away before I forget. Let me put the pickaxe away as well. We don't need both. This way, if the worst happens while we're out, we have a way to dig to somewhere if we need to. And I have a secondary infinity ham now, so I can't lose that permanently. Now, a wiser man would have made fire protection before going in here. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. I understand now. Oh, a boss awoke nearby. I don't know if it awoke nearby in here or out there. No, he did awake nearby in here, but he's, you know, in the ground. Hey, pig guy. How you doing? For those that don't know, these guys are chill. They're fine. Though he is walking like... What? Why are you not chill? They're supposed to be chill, I thought. Somebody else may have aggroed them at some point, though. Well, guess I'm fighting for my life, then. Or maybe zombified piglins are different from zombie pigmen. I don't know. Either way, they're easy enough to dispose of, so it's not like it's an issue. Get our quartz going here. I do need a lot of quartz to make the material we're gonna need to make in order to unlock the other mods. As you can see, I do need to be a little bit careful with this pickaxe because it rinses through netherite like it's nobody's business. Sir? So anyway, having continued to slaughter the local population, you don't want anything of what I am. Genuinely. Well, that's upset the locals. Alright. Now, the drop on that's a little harsher than I think it is. This bow's power is not the strongest, though. And the lag is not helping. Oh, he's got a battle sign. Too high. What? There it goes. Watch that bounce off his head, and he's like, what? Bring it on. I gotta deal with this battle sign guy because I don't know how strong that battle sign is, but since it's blue, I'm gonna assume it's made out of something pretty good. And I'd rather not suddenly just get obliterated. Some of these guys have magic swords too, so they're a little scary. You know, just a slight massacre of the local population, because they, to be fair, they aggressed on me. One of them struck first, but that's still not a good look. I will freely admit that that's not a good look. We did not get the sign either. That is a really nice chest plate. It's a shame that it's made out of gold. There's some more cobalt over there, but is it safe to make my way there? The answer's sort of yes, sort of no. Because there's no death pit, but there is still more of these jerks. And there is in fact death pits, just not where I was worried they were gonna be. But that's fine, we can chuck them into it. Where was that cobalt? Over there in the floor. I don't know if I'm that interested in getting that specific bit of cobalt, honestly. And the good news is, anytime I need lava, I can just come back in here and get more. Like, we now have basically infinite lava. Not literally infinite lava, but... you know. Considering Voila died to a warped Enderman, I get the feeling they would probably be in that warped forest. I'm not gonna risk that right now. Because on the one hand, Voila does have double damage because she's on hard mode. As another added bit of context for those that didn't know anything about that situation. But I don't know how strong they are. Modded enemies have a real swingy bit of progress there, so they could be incredibly dangerous, they could be chumps. So many of them have battle signs. Not that the battle signs are particularly dangerous as it turns out so far, but you know, they still have them. I'm gonna wait a moment here so that the slime recharges on the sword a little bit so it saves durability. Because it is getting dinged up now. Oh, that we're doing longer fighting. Give me some more. And I'd rather my sword not break in here, as you might imagine. The sword breaking in here would be rather detrimental to my health. Not that I don't have other means of defending myself, like smacking them with the pickaxe or the mattock, or shooting them with the bow, but we saw how well the bow was working out. The bow needs some work. It's as much a matter of just so I have a bow for dealing with things like ghasts and such, more than it necessarily being a general purpose awesome weapon at the moment. And we do have a little bit of cobalt, so I can start making better materials straight away. Admittedly, a little bit of cobalt is 2. But I also have all the other parts required to make some heptazone. And I may just, like, upgrade my sword with that or something. Ah, there was a jukebox playing. I was like, why am I hearing music other than what I'm supposed to be hearing? Oh, I'm infected. Oh, I'm infected. Uh-oh. Well, that's a problem. That's a problem I actually need to, like, rectify quickly. All that time fighting regular zombies, never got infected. Fight zombie piglins, get infected. Also didn't mark my exit, but thankfully I know where the portal is at the moment. Come on, game. I think I have the resources to cure infection. We'll find out here in a minute. I need these guys away from here. Ah, you're the source of the jukebox music. You didn't drop the backpack, huh? Sad. They may not drop them till you unlock backpacks anyway, admittedly. But I can't guarantee that music people have on their music discs in these mods aren't copywritten songs. Okay. I made sure to like hold a direction as I was coming through to make sure I didn't just warp back through again. There we go. Okay, so it's shots surrounded by golden apples or vice versa. So that's an enchanted golden apple in the middle of that one. Do I have enough golden apples for this idea? I do, okay. So how do I make a shot? Oh, that's easy, okay. Convenient that I actually have iron nuggets. And I can't make a enchanted golden apple. Not with the resources I have on hand, because I need all the potions. Ah. Well, looks like somebody needs to sleep, so I'll help out with that. I think this might be the first time a night's been slept through on this server today. And I think whoever got in bed left. Nope, there we go. Well, the infection time went up. Might just not be curable, which would suck. At the same time, though, all it does is make a zombie of you when you die, I believe, and I think it'll kill me when the infection fully takes its course. So at the very least, let's do one smart thing here. Let's take off our armor and such, so that zombie me won't be turbo buffed. It may also be that I used the wrong cure. But I could have swore it was the antidote. Yeah, because she had said that it was coal and redstone to make the weak antidote that worked on it. So I might be hooped. But I suppose I may as well at least try to fix it. Rather than just being like, well, guess I'm dead. Like, we can just make more antidote vials and try our best here. But it may quite literally just be an unwinnable situation there. Because I know we talked about it before, but I do not remember. So I need to get hungry enough to use the golden apple then. Let's run around a bit and get some hunger to hopefully use the apple. Try one more. Yeah, that didn't really seem to do much. It reduced the timer, but I don't know if the timer going down is a good thing or a bad thing. I could just let that Enderman kill me. That would solve the problem. I would just have zombie me to also kill, but that's fine. Well, we'll find out in a second what happens. Let me put my stuff up and get out of the building. Nope, nope, the timer's going up again. But I don't understand how this works, apparently. Because that timer should have emptied out and then it reset again. I'll be the first to say I don't entirely understand in this, and I feel like they could have added more of a tooltip to this, like infection level insert value here, so you have more of an understanding of what this is doing, instead of, oh hey, you have infection. How much? An amount. But like, I chugged a bunch of antidote, and it doesn't Ah, now it's infection 2. Okay. So it's gotten worse. There it goes. Like, that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you just eat the golden apple? Like, maybe I'm just silly, but I feel like that just is logic there. But either way, not worth worrying about. We solved the problem, and that's what matters. We are not going to die anymore, so I can get back out there and get back to work. There we go. Oh, they're doing the quest for the, like, immersive engineering and such now. Because they are definitely ahead of the ball game. But back into the Nether now that we're not infected and dying, I guess. Let me bring a golden apple with me in case that happens again. Now that I've used up, like, 10 golden apples solving this problem. Ironic, though, that we're basically safe from physical attack, and they still have a way of getting at me. There it goes. Alright. Once more with feeling. Let's go up instead of down this time, so we hopefully keep away from too many bad paths. Especially considering the way we just ripped through Nether. Alright. We can kind of make our own road. I just gotta be careful going upward, because there can be lava pools that I end up cutting into. Like that one right there. That's actually a perfect example. Now, could you not do that? Oh. Huh, that would have also been awkward. Yep, we got a zombie piglin with a bow. Love that he ran into the arrow on the ground and got hurt by it. Bye. Thud. So we got soul soil, which I should probably grab. I don't know if this has any purposes particularly, but it can't hurt to have it on hand, just in case it does. Scorchia I don't think I need at the moment for anything, because it's create based, so I can come back for it. Jake the VTuber, oh no! Not another VTuber! Where? You know what? I have no idea. And if I have no idea, I probably don't need to worry about it. Oh wait, there we go. There's... No, that's a lava plume, not a... Hey, they're over here beam warning. Huh. Oh, they're up there. Okay. My intentions of getting a bunch of cobalt really have not been paying off that much. The cobalt is kind of hard to get. So useless. Might not actually be useless, but useless because it's not what I'm looking for. Haven't y'all learned by now? Going after me does not benefit you. All it does is get you and yours killed. Nope, they have shot themselves with their own bow. Oh, lag. You know what? That checks out. I thought that was one of those situations where, as an experiment for damage, they shot it up into the air to see if it would kill them. People have definitely been known to do that one before. Guess who forgot to mark the portal again? If your guess is me, I've got bad news for both of us, in that you're correct. Oh, there we go. There's a regular piglin who is in fact chill. I don't have anything gold for you, bud. If you give them gold, they give you things. Yep, there's Jake. He's come to battle. With his small child companion. Not a good look, Jake. Not a good look. There we go, Jake has been defeated. That sure is a title. I'll look at what all this stuff is in a second when I'm not continually being surrounded by more and more angry pigmen. I believe the way home was back this way. I left the mushrooms purposely to give me a reminder. Yeah, there's my portal down there. And this is where I dug in. Let's get back to familiar ground for a second. Not actually going to go through the portal, just getting to safer grounds. Oh, we got Twilight Forest stuff off of him. Which I'm not going to look at that too closely, considering the fact that it's blinking like a goddamn strobe light. Seems like the zombie piglins with bows don't actually use them. I think they don't understand how to use them. Yeah, this trip netted no cobalt. To be fair, my movement through the nether, especially in the layout we've got here, is kind of slow. Because I'm just very worried about just falling to my death, as usual. Because it would be so easy to fall off into a lava pool and lose everything. Oh, more piglins running about. Here, do you guys want this? You want nuggets? No, I think they only care about ingots. But if these two are hanging out here, that means the zombie problem will be kind of in control. Because they don't like the zombie piglins. Got 40 quartz though, so that helps. Oh, there's gonna be a whole war that goes on up there now. I suppose I'm not gonna have a choice but to participate. I need to repair my sword desperately though. Ankle biter. Okay, didn't get infected again at least. I see why people were having problems with the piglin population now. Because at first I thought people just were going in here without gold and that was the problem. But since the zombie piglins are just aggro, it's a real issue. Let's get our sword. They have been crushed by their own industry. No, I think if they were crashing, they would be taking longer to come back than that. Oh, apparently they were crashing. Huh. Actually, I should put one of the diamonds I have on that sword. Especially since I'm keeping it at this point. Because as you can see, it buffs the damage. The mining speed on it doesn't matter, but the durability going up to 3 times and the damage going up a bit is what matters. So we have a much more useful sword. Throw all this fancy junk away. Let's see. Molten quartz. There's another bot that once again doesn't understand insulting the users they're trying to get doesn't help. Yeah, it's molten quartz of 1 block, 1 ingot of molten cobalt, and 2 ingots of copper. Make 2 ingots of heptasian. Heptasian, whatever you want to pronounce that. So we can get 4 ingots of it right now. That's the point I was trying to get at. So let's go ahead and get that cooked up. Just so we can actually decide what we want to do with that. I don't think that's enough quartz for 2 blocks, but just giving it a minute. Let it sort its life out. I believe there's also a way to make the smeltery cook faster than this. But I don't know if we have the fluid it needs. Like, there are certain fluids that are hotter than lava in some mods that you could then use inside a smeltery to raise the heat and cook faster. So that foundry that I keep seeing mentioned might also be needed. Now I have 3 blocks of quartz. Why is this not making what it's supposed to be making? Is there not enough copper? Maybe there's just not enough copper. Is they're in there together, so it should be working. And yeah, it's just 2 ingots of copper each, so it should be. Huh. Maybe it's because I... Oh yeah, there we go. Blazing Blood. Oh, that's why Voila made the... That's why Voila made the blaze spawner. Because you have to actually spawn blazes into the smeltery. Yeah, and we can actually make the foundry if I just go get more soul sand and go get some magma cream. We can make that. Yeah, we are currently SOL on this plan then. Well, that sucks. But that's fine. I should have looked before I leaped. That's on me. We are kind of dead-ending out a little bit on that plan then. I have 33 out of the 40 levels I need to unlock Apotheosis. So just 7 more levels of experience and we can get into Apotheosis. We may as well open Embers up so we can at least understand what Embers items are. I've been taking this kind of slow, kind of reintegrating myself into modded Minecraft bit by bit here. Now it's gonna think about it. There we go, Embers is now unlocked. Oh right, Embers also gives you a different way of getting at the other two. Right. P.S. Embers has a lot of things going on. Where's the starting point in this mess? Looks like this is the thing? No. Oh, there we go. You need the Ancient Codex, which is archaic bricks around an ancient motive core. Which we just so happen to have spare ancient motive cores, and we do have archaic bricks. So let's dip into this a little bit before I stop for the day. I know I said I was going to stop after the trip into the nether, but let's be real. How often have I stopped when I said I was going to stop? Okay. This is actually really neat. I never actually looked at the book for this, and I always should have. But, you know. Oh, I need a lead ingot, though. I have these. Remember when I said I probably was still going to need more clay? It's almost like I remembered that Voila had mentioned she needed a bunch of clay for embers. Because I pay attention to what people tell me. So there we go, that quest is done. Now I can make caminite plate, which also makes caminite bricks, which is how I get the mechanical core. And the biggest problem is getting that one lead ingot. So I think I literally brought no lead back at any point. I know where to get it, because I've seen lead. I don't know if it's the right kind of lead, though. Oh, that's what it is. I had a fiery tool and a fiery armor because I picked them up off the boss fight there. Okay, that makes sense. Down into the basement then, because I do believe I saw lead in my tunnel. There's the magnetite. Osmium. Lead, there we go. Because remember, even though I didn't collect it, I remember where things are. It's slightly easier on the old storage if I don't just pick up everything I find. Especially since we're dealing with things being gated out. Yep. Tenku has fallen. Presumably intentionally. I have not seen Lixie appear, so I'm a little worried about what's going on with her on that, but I will check in on her in my own way and my own time on that one. As I mentioned when I talked about it before, she may very well just have been stuck doing the thing she was doing longer than she anticipated, or any number of things like that. So there's no need for a panic. Just a, interesting. While I'm doing this, let me check on something. Because there's an obvious thing I can look at right quick. Yep, that checks out for what I was thinking about a minute ago. So nothing to worry about there, and yep, that answers that question too. Okay. Very good. Lead's done cooking. Where is the thing I was looking for? I didn't expect lead to be used for this many things. There we go. Okay, I just need to grab some of my iron out and some sticks, and we'll be all sorted here. But this way we at least have this gateway opened to us. Where are my iron ingots? Did I use all of them? No, there they are. Right, I forgot I moved them because I was moving all the antidote-related things together. I definitely do need to get more iron, though. But there we go. There's the Tinker's Hammer now, too, which also allows us to make lead plates. Though they're unfamiliar items at the moment, so I don't really know why they're part of the quest line here. That seems a little weird. Ah, because you do need them, but you make the Embers version to make the thing. And Chemonite Blend, yeah, okay. Thankfully the blend takes... Did I do it backwards? Was it the other way around? Yes, it was. Okay, so I did remember that immediately wrong. Thankfully, you make a good amount of it for each one, so that should be okay. So just chuck that in there, and that'll sort itself out. And now you know why I did storage before I did any of these things, because good lord, my inventory is in pain. I probably need the copper for things involved with this mod. No, we need the sand. Probably don't need the glass at the second. There we go. So what else does Chemonite blocks do? Stampers, fluid vessels, geologic separators, ember siphons, buttons, the bricks we need, stamp bases, mechanical pumps. Oh, you can cast them. Oh wait, no, that just makes ingot cast. Okay. Oh, it is part of auto smelting though, so that's interesting to keep in mind. Let's get more of that cooking. God damn, like everybody and their mother just went live at the same time. I just see the corner of my eye just lighting up with going live notifications since I still have the dashboard up, because that's how I keep an eye on y'all and all of that good stuff. So it's just interesting seeing like common times where like a ton of people all go live simultaneously. Okay, so that's how I make archaic lights, archaic edges. I don't see the... I don't immediately see the thing that we need from Embers. Oh wait, there we go. The Amulet of the Heretic. So I need to do Alchemy of Archaic Circuits, Eldritch Insignias, a bunch of Aspectus, and an Ashen Amulet. Which is not that bad to make. Okay, the Ashen Amulet's fine. That's actually really good, too. Oh, but it turns anything dropped into ash. Okay, that's the trade-off. I was like, that seems stupid good that it protects you from magic that strongly. But that's why. Okay. Okay. That all makes sense. Let's make one of these archaic bricks. They make archaic tile, archaic brick slabs, brick stairs. Okay, so that's just stone, basically. And I can't get the bricks back, which is fine. Get the Caminite I'm gonna need. So I just need one Caminite brick. And I need a Caminite plate. Which is 4 blend in a square. Okay. I probably need a few of these plates, though. So we'll split up what we're doing here with our Camite. Just to make sure that we have the plates covered. Because, you know, last thing we need is to not have the thing we're needing in a minute. So let's go ahead and throw one of these together to get that quest out of the way. And I just need 1 lead plate, some iron, and the bricks I just made to do that quest. But I can't do that quest until I do the lead plate, which obviously those two go hand in hand anyway. Oh, I need 2. I really need to make more ore furnaces or something. I kind of thought I was going to be able to forego the need for furnaces once I had the smeltery going. But I forgot that a bunch of mods also make their own cookable things that would not necessarily go well in a smeltery. That's on me for not thinking that through. But let's just cook the rest of that lead then, because apparently I'm going to need it. I'm just keeping half an eye on who's where doing what while I'm waiting for things to happen, in case people wonder why I keep popping that open. Just keeping an eye on people, so I know what's going on, who's what, where, when, etc.'s. Okay, so I'm gonna need to flatten out some iron and copper as well. Yeah, and that is just hammer work as well. Okay, very good. So let's get at least that made. I don't think I have any actual copper bars. Oh, yes I do. I did think ahead. Look at me actually thinking ahead for once. Now, there's something I didn't think ahead about. And it's something that'll make itself very apparent in a moment here, unless I find something else. Nope. So remember that whole sugar cane I got that I never did anything with? Yeah, that's the thing I didn't do anything with that I should have. So, do I even have sand out here to plant it in? I do not. Thankfully, I have my sand on me. So let's just let that grow. Because without that, we won't have paper. And without paper, we can't make the dials I was just thinking about making by making these sheets. There's all kinds of other goofy things I can make with these sheets, but I have no idea what the relevance of all of those are. We will worry about that in the future. So that gave me something to do while I waited for the lead plate to be doable. Okay, good. It lets me use it even though it's listed as an unfamiliar item. So there we go. I've got the Ember Drill now. But I need to dig down to bedrock, which is what Voila was doing before. That may end up being something I just do in my own time, so y'all don't have to watch me dig for an hour. Lead nuggets. Yeah, that's doable. Let's go and make the lens and see if it does something useful, I suppose. I have everything I need for that now, I think. Nope, I'm actually 1 iron short now. Curses. Curses be the day. Well, let's quickly get some iron spat out then, shall we? This is the other reason why we need as many buckets as I could get of lava, because in order to start printing out ingots, you need to be able to actually make a decent amount of them. And I think it's quite literally as simple as just slap a redstone torch nearby for it to constantly make the thing spit out, but we would need like a hopper or something to pull the items off. So let's actually be smarter about this and just make the blocks. Because the blocks I can disassemble into ingots, and this will be pulling 9 ingots at a time instead of 1 at a time. But we can also just do both to speed this along a little bit. So I'm not planning on pulling out all the iron. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Just a chunk of it so I can do all the things I'll be doing right quick. As you can see, though, the bars do cool much quicker, as you'd expect of a large chunk of material. Ew. Things are going well for everybody else, it seems. Let's see. Oh, if I kept a block of iron, I could have made a stamper, but that's not in my line right now. The stamper's all the way over here. Then again, it's actually not that far. You make the stamps and then you make the stamper. No? Wait. Why is that organized that way? Like, I see that the logic connects there, but that's laid out a little bit weird. Because, like, obviously you need both halves of this to do that. It's just slightly oddly laid out. So I need to go make an ember boar before I can do much of anything else here. Okay, so the pump is for water. Make steam with the boiler. Bin. Oh, okay, so you can burn things to make ash that way. There's a lot we can do with this. This is definitely another way of automating a lot of things. Okay, so they boost power but need steam. That all makes sense. And this is where we would do the alchemy to make the pendant. So it actually won't take too awfully long to get to the pendant. It's just gonna take a lot of resources and a lot of digging. As you might imagine, they're kind of having troubles of their own a little bit. Oh no, that's Snecko that's having trouble, though. Tabs got eaten by a wheel. Okay, so they don't want the sun to go up. Let's put all this away and let's go on a tunneling adventure, I guess, while we wait. Because with the power of this pickaxe, we can just kind of do this until I hit where I need to go. I had wanted to make this pickaxe stronger before doing shenanery like this, but, you know. Sometimes the universe calls to you before you're ready to be called. And it's up to you whether you answer at that point or not. I'm just concerned about hitting, like, deep dark or such before I get where I'm going. You know, this is a problem I hadn't considered. Hitting water. That's a lot of water, too. Alright. Thankfully, breathing powers are strong with this one. We got some good lungs at this point, so I can kind of just block this off and build like a path through the water. And then drain out the water in the section I'm using. There's obviously funny Minecraft tricks you can do to do this better and faster, but I'm no good at funny Minecraft tricks. I just do things caveman way. This would also be significantly more difficult if I didn't have all this breathing advantage from the shoes. How shoes let you breathe better is beyond me, but, you know, sometimes it's best not to question it too much. I'm gonna fill this in so that the water's destroyed, basically, and then we should be in reasonably good shape. For the most part, anyway. Now, the kicker is gonna be, yeah, when I end up hitting the water again. Because I didn't measure it out completely. Need to hit the bottom. But thankfully this is a little easier to solve. So you just kill off the source blocks and then it's all good. Job's a good one. It's gonna flood again, but, you know, bit by bit we can fix it. No, 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 no. Do not get sucked down into the abyss. Oh, that water goes down real far, huh? Because we broke through the layer and then we hit another big pool of water. I feel like this might just be the worst direction to have chosen to go. At the very least, I'm going to need more stone to solve this mystery. The other option is I just go a different direction. Like, I just go way farther this way and then go down again, because I can see that there's solid earth this way. By the time we get low enough, I think we'll be past the water. Never mind. Why is this always my luck? I've noticed that I attract water. Like, I guess it's better than attracting lava like some people I know do, but... like, come on now. This is the opposite of what I want. Oh good, we're in open air, which is great. Except it's a real harsh drop. Huh. Well, I've got two options with this idea. We chuck a ton of sand and gravel down there to fill this up so I can make it there. Or I try to find an alternative tunnel down. And then build a staircase. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Oh, this is a big fuck-off cave. I think this is the big cave that we were in before, actually. Believe it or don't. This is a problem. This is a very fundamental flaw in my plan. This will potentially thwart my plan. I say potentially because I think y'all know by now that I'm too stubborn to give up that easily. And I do have a third option, is I grab some of the water from the flooded section and chuck that down there to make an easy way back and forth. Because I don't think I have enough gravel or sand on hand to do this. But I can just go get a bunch of it. So let me upgrade this mattock right quick. Because I have so many diamonds now. Yeah, because the mining speed goes from 6.6 to 8.8. That's way better. And the reason why I'm doing this instead of, like, making an excavator is in the time it takes me to make the excavator, I will already have a decent amount of gravel done. He says, lying to himself and realizing how much of a lie that actually is, and turning around, making the excavator. It's not actually that hard to make. I just need a collar, a plate, and 2 tough handles. Doesn't even have to be impressive ones. Just make a stone one for the second. Because it'll still probably go faster than what we're using at the moment. Replace my little smacker with a snow shovel. But yeah, case in point of why an excavator is more efficient. Let's make this excavator a bit better. It's earning its keep already, so we'll throw a diamond on it at the very least. Diamond tipped snow shovel. In part because I just don't want it breaking on me while I'm doing this. Because the server's honestly not going to keep up too well with me digging like this for too much too fast anyway. The server will start to take a dim view of my shenanery. But as you can see, that's how you get gravel. That's how you really get gravel. Works great on sand and dirt as well, as you'd expect. I'm gonna put that away for now because we don't need it any further. Now let's see about sorting out our problem, though I need some of that cobble as well. And I purposely didn't light this so I could remember that this is the direction I'm taking things right now. The dark tunnel of doom. Basically, we're gonna fill in this with gravel. It's not gonna lead all the way down, obviously. But the intention is so that there's a method by which we can actually reach out further and then actually put proper stairs in. Because what we do from here is start dropping the gravel step by step, which will take step by step less gravel. It just keeps eating some of the gravel, so it's taking slightly longer. Things like that skeleton, though, need to go before this process can be properly completed as well. There it goes. Otherwise, he will absolutely interfere with my plans. And I think we all know that I don't want anybody thwarting my plans. Is this an exciting method of doing this? Absolutely not. Well, aside from the potential issue of getting knocked off of here by a skeleton at any given time, somebody out there might be excited about that prospect. I'm certainly concerned about that prospect. Wouldn't say excited is the right word for it, though. I don't think I brought enough gravel, if I'm honest. Oh, that's a bigger problem than a skeleton. Thankfully, if he stays that close, I don't think he can hit me. But on the bright side, even if I don't necessarily have enough gravel to do this, I should have enough to get close enough that I'll survive the fall. And then I can build the stairs. Oh, there's multiple ember golems. Let's take care of that problem. I don't know what they're shooting at. It's thankfully not me, even though it should be. Yep, they've set the zombie on fire. I think they might be stupid. I think they might be aggressing on the zombies even though I'm up here shooting at them. Then again, the zombies are also aggressing on the golems, so you know what, maybe we just let that play out while I finish building the stairs down. Yep, they're interested in me again. Well, this is fine. Yep, the golem's dead thanks to the zombies. They are getting crushed by the gravel a little bit, because they're thankfully just kind of crushing in there and being stupid. Oh, the excitement. This is what you gotta do sometimes to survive. But you see the problem with the amount of gravel I brought now. Thankfully, we have enough cobble that I can kind of fake out a staircase from here a little bit. I'm not particularly concerned about the zombies killing me. Aside from, I don't know how much health I'll have left when I land. So I'd rather them not be there to immediately take advantage of the impact. There we go. 'Cause that still looks kind of far, if I'm honest. Thankfully, a little bit of clever block manipulation allows me to get one step closer. Hit. Ow. Yeah, that wasn't nearly as far as it looked. We're fine. I knew something was walking up on me, I just couldn't tell entirely where. Okay, so we have our stairs down. They are quite hostile, but they are stairs down. But while nothing's looking at me, it's probably in my best interest to boogie. Problem is, something could walk up behind me at any given time, and I would be in a very awkward position. Okay, we're hitting deep slate, so we're getting somewhere. We're not even in the negatives yet, though. So, you see why I didn't really want to do this where people would watch me doing it, because it's gonna take a while to hit bedrock. Just keep digging, just keep digging. So I suppose I could just say, hey, this is the example of what's to be done, and then stop doing this. But at the same time, sometimes people find this kind of thing relaxing, I suppose. And I'm sure there's people out there that are like, at any point he might hit death and get destroyed. And this stubborn coward will finally have more than 2 deaths. Joke's on them. I'm a clever coward. I know many ways out of many situations, not involving direct conflict. Which, you know, I suppose at that same point, it's one of those things where it's like, is it actually being a coward, or am I just being smart? And I do kind of think it's a bit of column A, bit of column B. Because there's definitely a braver way I could be doing this, and it would be about as efficient, but probably actually faster. Like, if I just, like, slammed through the ground straight down, it would be faster, there'd be a chance of hitting lava and getting fucked, or like falling into that cave we just looked at, which is why I was doing the staircase. Because I've definitely done the tunnel straight down like a madman tactic before and gotten away with it. But that was before cave generation quite became what it is now, where there's a lot more big open spaces that you could fall through. Yeah, see, we're making very good headway into the negatives now, so it won't be that long. It's just incredibly long to my impatient mind. As you can see, though, really long tunnel. Really long tunnel. I don't remember what the bottom of the world is anymore, if I'm honest. It's changed enough times. I also didn't even make the Ember Boar, so I'm gonna have to do that after I get down there. I'm gonna have to like climb all the way back up, make the Ember Boar, and then come all the way back down. There we go, bedrock. Not as long as I thought it would be, but we are gonna have to make this big enough to fit the thing. Is from what I remember when Voila had one, it's a decently big thing. Ooh, diamonds. Makes up for all the diamonds I spent upgrading things. Eventually, we will clear out enough space, but this will work. This is what you use a hammer for, though, is you start doing the same thing we did with the excavator, but with a hammer, or for stone, and just start slamming sections of the stone out of here. I just didn't want to take as long doing it, because this pickaxe does a good job. It just doesn't do big amounts at once, but a hammer would be probably a little slower than the excavator was, because this is deep slate. But it would take about as long to make one. It would take significantly longer to make a decent one, which would have less trouble cutting through this. But I think this is enough space for the Ember Boar. We slap it right over here, let it do its thing and all that. And thankfully the Ember Boar is not that expensive. You use the core we made, a bunch of Caminite, 8 bricks, a copper ingot, and some iron, and then you have the Ember Boar. So I guess we'll quickly go make that, place it, and that'll be the last thing I do today. That one's actually a hard set. That's gonna be the last thing I do, because we're at 9:30 now. I don't want to be at this too late. We've done a good bit today, so I am gonna light the tunnel up a little bit so it doesn't spawn all kinds of awful growly nonsense. It's still gonna spawn some growly nonsense because of the fact that it's open up here, for example, but it won't be as bad actually in the tunnel itself. No, there is a little bit of a stutter in the steps here, but that's fine. Let's get up and out of here before something shoots me. Ironically, I think dealing with that whole vertical section there took less time than it did to deal with the water. Especially when we didn't even successfully deal with the water. Okay. We've survived another jaunt into the abyss. did I put the rest of my iron? Or did I use all of what I had pulled? I might have actually used all the ingots I'd pulled. Now, there they are. I was pretty sure I hadn't. So let's see, I need that, I need the iron, I need a copper bar, I need these to make the camite bricks. Are people yelling outside? What am I thinking? Timber boar. Hooray, I got another life! Oh yeah, down this way. I really need to redo the steps in my basement a little bit, just so I can find my way a little easier. My basement is a mess. Speaking of redoing the steps. And I think the Ember Boar also needs other things to function, so this may not even work right now anyway. I may be placing the Ember Boar for nothing. But that's okay. Thankfully, with a pickaxe this good, I can just chew through the earth. And this way I can fly up and down these steps with much greater speeds. The deep slate breaking sounded like an arrow for a second, but that may just be paranoia kicking in, because it's been a little too quiet climbing these steps. Really kind of expect something to have tried to kill me. But remember, the mob amount per player is also not that high because of server requirements, so I may just be staying ahead of where the mobs are spawning, and as long as I'm going quick enough. Because I believe that is a known trick, is just stay ahead of where they spawn, and then they can't catch you. This part's taking a little bit longer. It's kind of funny, in a way. We used Char's Stairway to Heaven, and now we've made a Stairway to Hell. And a door to hell. We've technically accessed two separate hells today. And really, I'm not entirely sure what to do with that information now that I said that out loud. Okay, I have placed the Ember Boar. I think I'm supposed to put like a chest or something on here, and I forgot about that part. Because I know Voila showed me like some pipes and chests and such she had attached to it. Let me quickly go get a chest. I know, I said I was gonna place it and stop, but I'm finishing the process. That didn't take as long as expected either. So, quick trip up the steps and back down again now that the steps are much easier and quicker to navigate. That's an slightly ominous in some ways statement to make to someone out of the blue, but they're just gonna make them happy. You know, once upon a time I thought the statement, "I'm gonna make you happy," would only ever be a positive. And then I encountered people that have a very interesting definition of what makes people happy. Which usually is still a net positive, but... you know. At times, the end results are slightly worrying. No. It's getting in the way still. Like, look how fast I get down the stairs. I wish I could go up the stairs as fast as I go down. But what I'd have to do is put actual steps in. To be honest, I'll probably just log out down here. That way I don't have to climb back up right now. I think I'm still missing something with this idea. Probably need, like, something that'll output, but I'll worry about that in the future. We have been going for nearly 6 hours of mining and crafting. Technically in a collab, but technically by myself. So let us find us a place to go. Just gonna take me a minute to unfold this whole list because there's a lot of people on right now, apparently. In fact, you know what? She raided me when we were doing this before, when she had to pack up before everybody was done. So how about we return the favor to Voila? Since I presume that she'll be going for a little bit, probably. Give them a minute to notice that I am saying goodbye. There we go. Okie dokie. Now we surprise her with the other half. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I know a couple bits of this got a little slower, so it is what it is on that one. We will be back on Monday. Not 100% sure with what, actually. I have a couple ideas. Like I said, it probably won't be Wilds unless I really get it in my head to pick it up tomorrow and make it work, which is not out of the realm of possibility, but not the priority choice. I don't know what that noise was. Anyway, not gonna worry about that. Just gonna go ahead and log out before anything else happens. Any other thoughts? Not really. We'll worry about schedule when we get to it, because it's all same schedule as usual. Be good to Voila. You've noticed that she's good people. She's here with me all the time. And I will see you on Monday. Good night, everybody.